It's 1 o'clock, so we are moving on to 5.1. A presentation from Area A, the regional limit. Down Lake Wildfire Crown Land Rehabilitation. There.
It's a presentation on
You got it.
the screen. Let's take a vote the regional moment, and we have a lot of activity happening right now. And private properties, but specifically on the Crown land. That's what was affected the most, is, well, in combination with all the other properties, but the area is quite large. Next slide. I'll quickly go through some of this. What we have still 7 key elements to the Crown land rehabilitation. Fire guard, we've got lots of fire guards and rehabbing of the fire guards. With all the trees that were taken down and all the burn piles that are getting made right now, and it's happening as we speak on the Gun Creek side and Gun Creek Road side and on the Gun Lake side. Salvage block, they're in the planning stages of the salvage blocks, and I do have a slide that will show that. And then, of course, the last step is a reforestation. But in the meantime, there's hazard assessments have to be done. Ministry of Transport is doing them, as is the contractor on Crown land. We've got geotechnical issues because of the steepness of the area and the particular soil that we have, which is pumice, basically what they have pumice. And hydrology, of course, everybody drinks the water pretty well on Gun Lake. Gun Creek also has a water system there that they feed off of Pearson Creek. And that's another issue that has been being dealt with. So Ministry of Forest and BC Wildfire, they're in charge of that Crown land, and they've taken on contracted to Statman Tribal Holdings, which is a forest licensee in the Lillooet TSA in the supply area, and they subcontract that to Interwest Timber, and which is on Lillooet, and they've been really proactive. They have 2 public meetings that I helped as your IT. Set it all up. We actually had for the Gun Lake version of it. We had 94 people in the room at the Bovers Community Club and 43 online. It was a very good meeting. And we had another one for the Gun Creek Road. It wasn't as big, but very similar setup. And at that one, we had some BC Wildfire people there. We had district manager for Cascades Forest District, and I asked for weekly updates, which we're getting now, and I put them out in my newsletter weekly, and on that newsletter I'll add other relevant items that need to be shared. Next slide, please. It was a 3-phase approach. Basically, everything that we're doing with the fire guards, the salvage blocks, and then the reforestation, they all have to have prescriptions that have to get sent in Ministry of Forest to get okay, and then they can move forward. So that's basically the 3 phases of it, and then the reforestation at the end. Next slide, please. At those meetings, as you can see on this slide, we talked about a lot of stuff. And people got to share their concerns, and yeah, water was number 1, slope stability, the reforestation, what types of trees we're going to plant, are we going to do it on on the fire yards or not. You know, this goes on trails and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Ministry of Transport, I reached out to them and they came back with what they were working on, which is quite a bit. They actually are on a little committee with the SLRD and giving updates on a regular basis. So very positive what they're doing. And one of my takeaways from it is that they're going to have their avalanche tech look to see if there's any areas that that need avalanche control, because all the trees are gone. So that was quite interesting. We never had avalanches on the west side of Gun Lake that I'm ever aware of. Next slide, please. This is the map I did from the BC wildfire site, and that's the area that was burnt. And you can see where the fire started. You can see where Gun Lake is there, and it eventually came around Mount Penrose, which is the glaciated areas, and came along the lake, and then the on the big fire when that cold front came, it went all the way over towards Todd Lake. You can see Todd Lake up there, all the way up on the left-hand corner, top corner. That's into the park. So it's Chicoton Park. So it's quite an area. And on the right-hand side, it actually went into the 2009 lake wildfire. And there's a slide on that. Next slide, please. This is the image I took back in 2014 from our dock, and that's Mount Penrose in 2014. They've done a lot of logging since then, and of course the wildfire. It definitely doesn't look like that anymore. Next slide, please. This is an image my friend Michelle Norchie took, and this is the first little bit of snow that we got, and it really shows. Well, Penrose is on the left, and it really shows where the fire is. Now it's opened up. And one of the key things that we actually have a working group now on the white bark pine. It's an endangered species, and we got a feeding program for the Clark nutcrackers. We've got 3 stations at Gun Lake where it's all funded, roughly $2,000 to feed the Clark nutcrackers. They've all come down because they're not going to buy anymore. So we're actually working on. We had a specialist on. We had a meeting last week actually, and they suggested that we partner with the Lillooet Travel Council because they've done some of this work on the Cape Creek fire already. So that's the next step on the White Bark Pine. Next slide. This is an image of Mount Penrose on the left, and that tall peak in the middle is Mount Dixon. And that's the Dixon Range. And in this slide, on the right-hand side, you can see the slopes coming down left and right to the bottom there. That drainage is Gun Creek. And that whole side got burnt, and that went right up into the park. And then the small slope on the bottom of that little bridge there, that's into the 2009 Gun Creek wildfire. So when it crossed Gun Creek, it just went all that way. Next slide. This slide, it's hard to see on this, but that on the right-hand side where it's all the snow is, that was the 2009 fire. All those trees were about 15 feet tall, gone. All the old cut blocks that forestry, all these cut blocks that we have, they're gonna save you because they actually planned that. They all got burnt. Everything that was replanted is gone. And there's a little bit of that new growth up in the top right hand corner of that cut block. Next slide, please. This is one of the widest and the biggest fire break, and you can see the width of it. And that was just a little tiny road. And yeah, and across the lake, you can see the other major fire guard. And on the left, you can see another one going up and down. Next slide, please. They've almost completed this now, and they've created all the burn piles, and they've got about 4 or 5 truckloads left to take on. You can see the process here that they're going through. And that's what I was talking about, all the prescriptions that they have to do, all that has to. They have to have all the prescriptions in before they get the okay from the Cascades forces. Next slide. This is that hummus I was talking about, and the Mount Meteor, when it blew 2,400 years ago, it laid down about 1.5 feet of pumice lava ash in our area. There was a swath of it that was laid down, and the top of that was about 6 inches of forest duct, and most of that forest duct got burned in the hot areas. Next slide, please. Because of the lava ash, this is one of the fire guards. This is actually on the Saddle Road on the Gobert side of the ridge. They've actually taken and mixed up the lava ash with the soil below it and mounded it. You can see the mounds to help with erosion. And it actually, when you combine that lava ash with the natural dirt, it's actually pretty good material. Next slide, please. On the west side of the lake, when you saw on the Saddle Road, the fire never got to that fire break. But on the west side, all the fire breaks where they took the trees down for them, they're all burned. All the trees on the west side that I've seen were that I've traveled, all that fire guard wood that I put up onto the mill is burned. Next slide. This is Gun Creek Road. They have a dry water line trail. I took that picture. This is another fire guard, but up farther where the water line is actually below their fire guard, they dug it down too deep, and they've had to build it back up again. So that work is all complete now. Next slide, please. You can see the needles on the ground. Wherever the fire was close, was hot and close to the forest, all the needles are coming down. We have a whole bunch of red needle trees, and they're all going to die. So all around, there is some live trees. The perimeter of those, they're all going to be dead also. Next slide. This is an image that Interwest gave us, and we've had about 7 years ago, we had 5 years of the spruce budward, and it defoliates the tree from the top down. The larvae, they go up and they cocoon there all winter, and then they slowly, when they hatch, they come down, they eat all the new shoots. It starts defoliating the tree from the top, it stresses the tree, and then we had 5 years of that, and then we had major forbidden attack in our area. It was major. I've got 2 acres of trees, and I lost about 35-40 trees to the forbidden. I still got dead trees on my property, but the combination of the trees getting stressed by the fire, and we had 2 years now of spruce budward again. We're going to have a lot more shrubberies coming up. That's one of the issues that we have. Next slide, please. Just recently, Interwest is sharing as much details as it can with us. And this image is of all the salvage blocks that they've planned so far, and there's more to go. You can see how much is gonna be taken. So that's gonna, any trees that the fir trees basically that it didn't burn through the bark. They can salvage those and they can take them to the mill. All the rest will have to get burned, so they'll make burn piles and they'll burn them all. And but there will be some wildfire tree patches. And you can see on the ones closer to Gun Creek Road and God Lake, that they've actually had this. These other ones haven't done yet. They're still working on doing the heritage field reconnaissance, which is cultural heritage studies that we do as a product. Next slide, please. This is part of what Lottie was doing. Ministry of Transport. Well, the big care of the West Gun Lake Road because of all the issues that we have that are coming. So they ditched it. Next slide, please. Here it is, the ditching that takes place. And tomorrow you'll see the people drive and they've been working really hard on Road 40. Getting it ready for the winter because of the slope, everything just sloughs off into these ditches and they need to be cleaned up. Next slide, please. This is a video I took, and this is looking up Gun Creek. And you can see the fire stayed up high and across the creek and into the park. On the right hand side here, that's the subsequent Mountains Park. It's really sad to see.
Are we going to it tomorrow?
No, not in this one. No. Next slide, please. If anybody's been into the South Chicotin Park, we've got two main entrances. We've got the Gun Creek entrance here at Jewel Bridge, and another one on Taylor Creek, which is just past a kayaks resort. This is the main one. And I took this picture actually this spring. They had plans to rebuild that. They actually had the funds to rebuild that bridge already. It was already planned. Next slide. That's what it looks like now. It's all the wood is gone. I remember when that bridge went in, it was about $150,000 bridge. They had to bring a big crane and you can see why. You can see that center concrete beam. It's about as deep as it is wide. That concrete beam. And this is a real, all our trails that we have that have been affected, they're a real impact to our economic development because so many people come go into that park through these trails, the various trails. On the other side is a trail that goes all the way to Gun Creek Road, and then to the left it goes up to Spruce Lake and beyond. It's a major trail that a lot of people use. There are tourism operators that have tenures in the park. They're going to be affected. So we're working with parks on this also to have a rehabilitation. But the one good thing is that they had the funds to rebuild the deck. And the concrete structure is actually still pretty good. Next slide, please.
So the heat didn't affect that concrete beam?
Yeah, there's a little bit of spalling on the top. That's all there was. Here's another trail that my friend Michelle Markey took. we're flagging where the trails are. So that when they go in to do their salvage logging. That, we keep minimize the impact of it. So usually what we do if there's trees on it, like there is here, just cut them up. About 6 feet, 8 feet off the ground, so that they know where the trail is. We'll go back. Next slide. This is the trail that me and Debbie, my wife, walked. It's one of my favorite trails on the lake, on Gun Lake. And you can see the deer track. They actually use that trail. It's amazing. Because when you go off the trail, you get all the fire pits where the roots were. And it's really hard to walk on it, but when you walk on the trail, it's solid because it got compacted over the years. And it's really white. Remember I talked about that forest stuff getting burnt off? What you're looking at is lava ash. Next slide. That's that same trail and farther down the hill a bit. And people have already been in there cutting it out. But you can see all the danger trees. It's all danger trees. All these dead burnt trees they're all danger trees now. Next slide. This is the actually recreation trail here, Gun Creek Recreation Trail. That we're actually ready to do a major rebuild. We've had heritage the field reconnaissance done on it, we just completed, and we're going to revitalize this trail. The trail committee, the BRCA trail committee. Next slide. And yeah, we're actually only in the initial stages. You can see all the planning that's going on with Interwest and Cascades Forest District and BC Wildfire on rehabilitating everything. Where the salvage blocks are, they have to have the solar function plan for it. But at the meeting that we had last week, we had a Cascades Forest District person on it for the Lake Park Line. Is that they've also got funding now to reforest, replant some of the other areas that aren't in the salvage block. So they got funding to do that, but not to take down the trees and everything, all the dead trees. So it's going to be interesting when you're moving forward. There's years worth of work just in that. And then for the properties that were affected, 56 properties, they've got all the very similar issues. And when we do our touring, you'll see like what some of them have done already and what really needs to be done there for them. It's a big job.
The first 56, how many were full-time residents?
5 or 6. Yep. And as I've stated before, the non-resident property owners to resident property owners on Gun Lake is what 10 to 1.
Good presentation, thank you. You'll have an influx of woodpeckers with all those burnt trees. But with the Clark's nutcrackers, it's very neat that you're feeding them because their jays, their corvids are super smart. They'll be fine, except that the white bark pine is completely dependent on the Clark's nutcrackers for propagation. So that's a very good move.
Yeah.
And also there's a lot of other creatures like grizzly bears that depend on white bark pine out there.
The grizzly bears, that's the last thing they eat when they go into hibernation.
Yeah.
Is those.
Lots of protein and fat in these pine
Yeah.
nuts.
Grizzly bears eat woodpeckers?
They eat the nuts.
Oh.
It's always this, yeah.
We've all learned a lot about the Parks Nutcracker. They actually have a pouch And they're the only ones that go in and that, the cones are so solid that they're the only ones and they go in and get them out. And they'll put 50 in their pouch and then they'll just,
Thousands they can cap in their pouch, honestly.
okay, you say 1,000, I'll believe you. But, and then they go and plant, they hide them all over the place.
They
And-
cash them.
And they go
And they
back.
cash
and
it.
hide
They're like
And the
swivels.
ones that they don't get back are the ones that grow.
And that's part of why you get those magic little forests, because they'll cache all of these pine seeds and then they come up, and so you get those gnarly kind of Tolkien white bark pine, fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, we- and right now, they're making, more grizzlies than we've had
Yeah,
out here. And there's a sound with 3-year-olds.
That's what we're going
Three
to
of
look for tomorrow.
yes.
All four of them
We can talk more about
are the same
like
size.
very
Close to personal, Becky.
Are we gonna see grizzlies somewhere?
That's the plan, Tony, that's the
Oh,
plan.
goody.
Go ahead, Director Herford.
Thank you. Just, I wanted to touch, you highlighted the Buell Creek Bridge and I think I heard that the structure is there and just needs to be reskinned and there's budget for that. So have they been communicating any timeline as to when it can happen through winter? And
It
like,
won't be this winter. It'll be like that, and the other piece of it is what you have to do the trail too, because all the, you can imagine, you've got kilometers and kilometers of the trail where all the dead trees are, that are hazard trees now,
so those two pieces are linked actually.
totally. And we don't know on the slope stability and,
Oh, boy. Wow.
yeah, so everything that on the slope stability side, hazard assessment, all that will get taken care of also. So that trail and the bridge. Yeah, a couple of years.
Wow.
Any other questions? Thank you, Director Damaris. That was excellent. Long overdue. We've been working on that for quite a few months. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Okay. Moving on to the consent agenda. Have someone move the consent agenda, and by Director Rangel, second by Director Lambert. Comments? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Is there any business arising from the minute? Seeing none. Committee reports and recommendations. I'm going to look at the area directors committee recommendations 8.1.1.
I'll move that.
Moved by Director Rainbow, seconded by Director Mayor. Comment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. And direction request from the civic address signage and installation that staff proceed with a pilot project and provide and install civic address signage on the west side of Anderson Lake.
I'd like to move that, and this involves both area B and area C there, and yeah, thank you, so moved.
Moved by Director Richardson, seconded by Director Rainbow. Question or comment? Go ahead, Director Stoner.
Yeah, thank you, good chair. And sorry if I missed this, but I was unclear through the pilot project, which option A or B was being pursued. So whether it's owner pickup or signs are being produced and installed by a contractor.
Installed by the contractor. We didn't want them sitting on people's kitchen tables.
Yeah,
Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And 8.1.3. Public washrooms at Wedgewood, SLRD land. Director Matt, are you moving that?
Yes, please.
Okay, and
So I had a question.
yep,
Just on this, just the maintenance piece, it says goes to cost center 3007. I just don't know what that is, and it's not unlikely to be a deal breaker for this, but I'm just curious where the maintenance piece falls for this.
the area C parts.
Yeah,
Yeah, the area C parts.
area C part. Okay, thank you.
Area C parks is the cost center. Thank you, and Director Engel.
Yeah, when I read the report, it looked like the target audience for this was more tourists rather than residents of the area. And so I sort of wondered, is this us building what I would call provincial parks, and is that sort of our responsibility, or is this?
You want to speak to it?
It's a trailhead that the part of the Blue Sky trail network. And so if you go into Wedgewoods, there's sort of a little parking area where people go, and that's where you access the trailhead. And right now there are people using the bush for things they shouldn't be using. And so this was sort of an effort to make sure that there's an area that is, and it's managed by the SLRD to provide facility.
It's part of the bigger parks strategy and trailhead strategy that we've discussed a few times. But because our land, we can put this in. Yes, it's a little bit of tourism infrastructure, but I think everyone will use it. Hopefully. Instead of using the bush. Any other questions? Go ahead.
I was just gonna second.
Second by Director Herford. Further comments on the motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And for 9.1, this is a decision regarding who are we bringing in? Kim and Brenda. Perfect. Let me put this up front. Good morning, Director Needham and Ms. Polenbrander. Nice to see you both. Thanks for being here. We're on 9.1. We're looking at zoning amendment bylaw 1752-2022. Area B agricultural zoning updates, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll just provide sort of a quick summary, mostly on the public input we received as part of the public hearing. So yeah, we'll present sort of that public input, and we are requesting a third reading of the bylaw today. And then also to refer this to the Ministry of Transportation for their approval before bringing it back for consideration of final adoption. So yeah, there was a public hearing held for both this bylaw, which is bylaw 1752-2022, as well as the associated official community plan amendment bylaw, which will be next on the agenda, I believe, and that's 1776-2023. So that was held in person on November 2nd. And the subject of both of these bylaws are largely related to agricultural legislation changes at the provincial level. So you'll see details of all of those changes in this report as well as previous reports. Yeah, so just to provide a summary of the public hearing, there was 3 members of the public in attendance in person. We didn't receive any written submissions. We did receive 2 oral submissions for this particular bylaw. So one individual noted concern with how the proposed split zoning may impact subdivisions in the ALR that are currently underway. So staff noted to this individual that the SLRD doesn't have jurisdiction over ALR land, so it shouldn't have any impact on sort of ALR subdivision or ALR land. It's just to sort of identify existing ALR land within our zoning. So just to clarify, the specifics of that split zoning provision was to align our zoning with ALR land. So we're proposing that any parcel with 50% or more in the ALR would be zoned this new agriculture zone, and anything below 50% in the ALR would be split zoned. And then we received another comment from an individual stating that they are pleased with the proposed zoning changes, and they had a specific recommendation related to the official community plan amendment. So I can provide some details of that when we get to that item. We did receive some additional comments from the Ministry of Agriculture. This bylaw previously went out for referral, I think quite a while ago, but we did receive 2 additional comments related, or it was part of the official community plan amendment referral process, but it was specific to the zoning. So the Ministry of Agriculture noted one concern with split zoning provisions being proposed. So they felt that there may be a chance that this increases conflict between agriculture and non-agricultural uses. And then they also noted an additional suggestion related to alcohol production facilities. So staff reviewed these concerns and really feel that we've addressed concerns related to split zoning. We're identifying ALR land where currently it's not identified in our zoning at all. And we also proposed some additional changes to the general split zoning provisions at second reading to address some density concerns that the Ministry of Agriculture had identified. And then with respect to the alcohol production facilities, we do reference ALC regulations in our definition. And the Agricultural Advisory Committee has basically said that they don't support size regulations of alcohol production facilities at this time. So staff are not proposing any further changes with respect to those Ministry of Agriculture comments. All other referral comments have already been incorporated at second reading, including the initial comments we received from the Ministry of Agriculture. We are proposing one additional change to exempt pathways from setbacks. So this is quite a minor change and just something that we're proposing for all electoral areas. And yeah, so we're not proposing any further changes. The bylaw is otherwise the same as what you saw at second reading. And staff are requesting third reading today and that the bylaw be sent to the Ministry of Transportation for approval. And yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Question? Director Pettingill, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I was not clear on what the ministry was proposing in terms of split zoning versus what staff are proposing or what's in the proposed bylaw. So I'm just wondering if you can clarify what the difference is.
Yeah, so what the Ministry of Agriculture, we weren't exactly sure what their concern was because again, what we're proposing is going to, we feel is going to increase protection of agricultural land because currently our zoning doesn't identify ALR at all. So what they were proposing was an alternative approach where we simply exclude ALR parcels if they're less than say 1 or 2 hectares. You know, like if a parcel is just partially ALR. But yeah, we as staff feel that that approach would actually result in less ALR land being identified. And the proposed approach that we came up with, we sort of came up with this with the Agricultural Advisory Committee. So we had extensive input from them. And the proposed approach that we came up with is the 50%. So it's based on the percentage of ALR land versus the ministries is based on the number of hectares, regardless of, you know, the percentage of ALR. And again, yeah, if there's a smaller parcel that's only 1 or 2 hectares that's in the ALR, it simply wouldn't be identified as agricultural land. So yeah, we feel, I think that probably further investigation would be required if we wanted to go that route, but the AAC was really supportive of this split zoning approach.
Go ahead, Director Crompton.
So the ministry's comments are as part of a referral. They don't have any binding nature to them. We're able to just decline and move on and do our own thing. I would have thought when it relates to ag land, their powers and their authorities are sort of not optional. When they make a request, are we required to do anything, or can we ignore their request?
I don't know if maybe Kim can provided a little bit more information on that, but this is technically part of the official community plan amendment referral process. It wasn't specifically comments related to the zoning amendment because we'd already gone through the referral process for that. So I don't know, Kim, if you have any further sort of insight into that.
Yeah, I'll just add that these are just comments. They're not regulations. So they're just input from the ministry. We also look at input from the AAC, and they were very supportive of the approach that we're taking. And we feel it's actually more protective of ALR lands than the approach suggested by the ministry.
Go ahead, Director Bergstrom.
Just to add to that, and thank you staff, but that, I mean, we really got into the weeds on this bylaw over years and many meetings with the AAC. And I think that this final product really reflects the Area B and the AAC were respected through, and they're very expert comments and contributions in the process. So I'm pretty pleased with it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, so a few recommendations that are in the package, but I would like to start with a resolution to approve the minutes from the public hearing, which was not included in the package, but
I'd love to move that.
moved by Director Bergstrom, seconded by Director Rainbow. Any comments? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. No, okay. And then that bylaw 1752-2022, Area B zoning bylaw, amendment bylaw be read a third time as amended. Moved by Director Bergstrom, seconded by Director Mayor. Comments? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. I'm sure I could do these all separate, but I think it's just within the, or all together, but I'm just doing them all separately. And then pursuant to section 52, 3A of the Transportation Act, that this bylaw be amended, be sent to the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure for their approval prior to adoption of the bylaw. Moved by Director Bergstrom, seconded by Director Herford. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. So it still has to come back to us. The ministry approves,
Yeah,
and we'll come back for adoption at a future 5 years. Super. You're not done yet. Okay. 9.2. Thank you, Director Needham and Ms. Collenbrander for that. Okay, we are now on OCP Amendment Bylaw 1776 regarding Area B agricultural amendments and zoning bylaw. Anything further on this? No? Would you like to move it?
Chair, you'll be so happy to know that.
Sorry, just a quick question.
On the zoning bylaw. Can I just ask a quick question? Just has to do with adding a definition of immediate danger under riparian DP area. I just wondered for staff, like we've just gone through this in area A, just with, is this restricting our ability to move ahead with any kind of work in the riparian area by adding imminent, or do we feel that we're still able to move ahead with allowing people to clean up in the event of a wildfire or emergency? That would be my only question for staff.
Super good question.
That's a great question. Director Needham or Ms. Collenbrander, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, thank you. I can answer that. So we did remove the definition of immediate danger to allow for some more flexibility. So I think we feel that removing a specific definition of it would aid in that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Burch Jones, and I'll conclude Director Strong.
Maybe just a question, first of all. I just saw on page 252 and other places too. The ministry staff, they kept referring to the district versus the region, which probably isn't important. But they also referred to electoral area C. So I'm looking at page 252. I just note those as very small errors. Not on our part, but for the record. And also I had prepared an entire speech about trees. In this case, I would like them to be able to be cut down on private property at the owner's discretion, and I'm just really pleased to see that that's being incorporated into this bylaw, and I thank you very much for the huge amount of work that we've all done on this, especially staff. I'd like to be happy to move them.
Okay,
Second.
two separate things. So we are moving second and third reading as amended. Oh, sorry, Director Stoner had a question.
Sorry, just a quick question on process, because I feel like don't often see a public hearing being held before third reading is given. And so we did first reading and then we held the public hearing. Does that change our process at all?
I don't think so. No. I did think of that.
I think he has to do time. They were kind of,
Okay.
after even can.
Director Needham, can you speak to why we did this after first reading, please?
Yes, Chair. The Local Government Act simply specifies that a public hearing must be held before third reading. There are no rules about the order.
Okay, thank you, Director Ricksham.
And also, these changes were related to the agriculture changes that we were making. So it was a sort of logical. The OCP work isn't finished, but this section of work related to agriculture and so forth is for this phase, right?
Okay. All right. We had Director Birch Jones move it, Director Rainbow seconded it. That was, everyone's comfortable with that. Further comments? I will call the question on second and third as amended. That's the resolution we're dealing with now. All in favor? Opposed, motion carries. And then that this bylaw be adopted. Moved by Director Birch Jones, seconded by Director Mayor. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Now you can cheer.
Amazing.
Okay, just a housekeeping, we will be breaking at 12.
Could we take 2 minutes now, please?
12:15 lunch is starting. So 12:15 is when we break. Great. Well, can we deal with 9.3 in that time? Probably not.
No.
Shall we put it aside and deal with some low hanging fruit?
Use the next ones.
Not the scale for laughing.
From how many things?
Right?
Some 10.1.
Can't do 10.2. Can't do. We could do the order. Ooh, let's do the board meeting calendar. Beautiful. Would anyone like to
It's all good
move
with me.
the calendar as moved by Director Stoner, seconded by Director Birch Jones? So we're not meeting in August. Go ahead.
The only one that I wanted to bring up was March, because it looked like there was some conflicting events happening in the proposed March date. I'm just curious
on
how
that.
their thought that was gonna be.
Okay.
March conflicts with UBCM-RD Chair and CAO Forum, as well as Municipal Finance Authority, AGM, and is through spring break.
Oh, it always falls in spring break because of that dang 2 week spring break that just
Mhm.
messes with families. Okay. The CAO CEO thing is. I'm the only one that would be in, that would miss it, so,
In the PAO.
yeah. Yes,
There's one further conflict, just the December Thompson Regional Health District meeting. It's on December 12th, which be, maybe we wouldn't have a second day in December. Well, we probably would because there would be
That's
budget
budget.
Christmas. So, all right. Just, I observe it.
yeah,
Yeah, we can't
where can we move March?
move it by a week back to the first week of April.
Yeah.
So that really
That messes with.
jams up the whole of April then.
Easter
gives
is
you-
that week too, so then you've got it right on
Yeah.
the heels of the long weekend, but
It
you're
may-
thinking before the long weekend or after the long
Yeah.
weekend?
May not be ideal, I just wanted to raise it.
Yeah,
for
thank
business.
you.
Sometimes that's just the way it happens, we can't get them all.
No, and March is far too important with budget. It
So
really
it's
be-
been a little bit hard to follow this conversation. Is it because of spring break that we're looking at March, or what's the issue around March date?
It's a combination, Director Richmond, there's spring break, but then there's also the UBCM RD Chair and CAO Forum in Victoria. And the MFA AGM that coincide. And so in terms of adoption of budget without our CAO or our chair. Potentially in the room.
Okay, thank you. I didn't catch that.
Yeah, I would say because it's just me and the CAO, vice chair. Let's do, great, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, let me comment. The other thing too is we did talk a little bit about budget, but the bylaws need to be finalized. Sure, by the end of March, so yeah, that's definitely a tricky month.
Yeah. Okay,
When's that in spring break?
February is five
Spring break is next week.
weeks.
So April, that's good.
So the last.
Okay, the hearers are here, so can I have someone move, or it's been moved, can I call the question on this? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. I'm gonna impose a recess. Let's come back at 12:45. Half an hour long enough, or should we come back? We'll come back at 1. We'll go for a while.
to get. We're good to go. We are good to go. So welcome back. The SLRD board meeting, and their board is on a call. So I'm, as vice chair, happy to introduce and welcome Toby Mueller, the library director from the Lillooet and Area Library Association. Delegation for us today. Welcome, Toby.
Thank you, everybody, for giving me a few minutes. Toby Mueller, Library Director, Lillooet Area Library Association provides library services for areas A and B in the district of Lillooet. We have branches, one here, one in Goldbridge, and one in Shalath. We're a member of Public Libraries Interlink, which is our library federation, which includes all the Sea to Sky libraries. So I have connection with the, the other SLRD library directors, which is great. Just a little bit of background, like we are governed by the BC Libraries Act, and our accountability framework is with the libraries branch at the Ministry of Municipal Affairs. You can find our statement of financial information on their website, and all of our annual reports and financial statements are on our website. So I provided one copy. I have some more here, but if anyone wants it, you can find it really easily. It is really important. I'm really glad to come and speak to you because you are the representatives of our core funders. Like municipal tax dollars are really like the meat and potatoes of public library funding in BC. And I want to express my gratitude for the really good support that our taxpayers give our library systems. And our goal is to give that right back, that you guys get really good return on that investment. We do have diverse funders, but municipalities are half. But also the provincial funding is really important because we don't all have the same tax base. And so it really helps to equalize services around BC so that, if you walk into the Lillooet Public Library, you're getting really similar service as what you would get in the Fraser Valley or Prince George or downtown Vancouver. Now, we're not quite there, but if you've been to the Vancouver Public Library, it's like next level, right? But that funding, it supports a lot of our cooperative work, like the libraries in BC. We work really hard to work together, so we're not duplicating efforts. We do consortial purchasing, bulk buying, we negotiate the contracts for all of our digital services together. So again, trying to get the best return on the dollars we're given. And then there's also equity and literacy funding that comes through that, where small rural libraries get more than big urban libraries. So that's regular annual funding. So these are our pockets from which we do our work. In 23, the province did provide a one-time enhancement grant to all the public libraries in BC, and I wanted to touch on that because explicitly in the funding letter, it says this funding is meant to supplement, not replace municipal funding. And it's called an enhancement grant because we want to do more and we want to do better for the citizens that we serve. So in our high level budget for our library, it means $153,000 that we need to spend over 3 years. And it's all about enhancing services to patrons. So we are making an investment in our most important asset, which is our staff, and providing them more training and professional development opportunity, as well as more time to do more things and some wage increases, which is a really scary thing to do with 3-year funding. But with what just happened with inflation, I was going to start losing people if I didn't increase wages. And it's hard, as you all know, to hire good people in our communities right now. So we really want to be a good employer. But we're also really want to spend this one-time funding on making our physical spaces way better. Every one of our branches has its charms and its challenges. And we're going to be buying really nice new furniture, book nooks for the kids and other things that'll just really make the spaces more comfortable, more versatile, more resilient, and more welcoming for everybody. And then we're also spending money on outreach because we want to make sure that the citizens know all the amazing things that they can get for free with their library card. Well, it's not for free, they're patrons, they've already paid, so they get to come in and have all these services. And I could talk to you for hours about all of the services we offer. I do have our handy dandy new patron card that sums it up for you, and you can help yourself, or you can go on our website and then you get the full tour of everything that's available there. We help with health, we help with law, we help with job skills, we help with accessibility. We have kids story time, and I invigilate exams for adult learners. We have English as an additional language programming. Lots of things. So I think that's my 5 minutes. Time for questions.
Thank you. I've also been pretty impressed with a lot of the reconciliation work that has been helped, at least in the background from the library. Do people have questions for Toby? Yes, yeah.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for being here. Libraries in general, I feel like we've punched so far above their weight in terms of what they're able to provide for our communities and those diversity of resources that they provide. I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit more to the satellite branches and services that are provided and how that model works in the northern region of the SLRD.
Well, so we have the branch in Goldbridge and the branch in Shalat both have like a local person who is the staff person there. And they have short hours. Goldbridge is 3 half days a week. And Shalat is 2 full days a week, Wednesday and Saturday. I can't remember Goldbridge is right off the top of my head. It's on the website. And I do some, like, they do a lot of their own purchasing and programming, but they get support. They attend our monthly staff meetings and participate in professional development things through the main branch. And I get feedback from patrons in both of those communities. People call me up and ask me for books or complain or whatever, Yeah.
And so there are physical locations. in
Yes,
those regions.
yeah. In Goldbridge, we're really lucky to be in the SLRD building. Thank you very much. The building that has the post office and the ambulance. And then in Shalat, BC Hydro has provided one of the old bungalows at the Bridge River town site. And that it's really cute. It's a little library in a house there. So, yeah.
So I just wanted to say thank you for everything you do, Toby, and your staff as well. I was just gonna say too, that the library is just around the corner. You can take a peek or stop in. The playground out the front was actually, do you want to speak to that for a bit too?
Well, when I was the children's programmer, which I was before the library director, we had like a children's development table here in Lillooet. And it was that group who did the work of putting on the, applying to BCAA for the contest. And then we won that playground. It was really exciting. And I was part of the team there.
Yeah, for sure. And I know working at the hospital, I know a lot of seniors that have challenges with the computer, applying for BC housing, applying for housing online. And I send them all to the library, and Toby and her staff helps them out so much. So just one more link to what you do. And again, really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And it is a part of our mandate is to help people access government services. And we do it a lot.
Thank you. I have a speakers list. Director Craig,
Yeah, thanks. You mentioned interlinks, but is there, or is this what it is, an SLRD library association? I'm aware of programming with Squamish, Whistler, and Lillooet libraries that a lot of online stuff and cooperative stuff. Is there an SLRD sort of a library association, or does it go bigger, or what?
No, I mean, there's 3 kind of libraries under the Libraries Act. A municipal library, which is what Whistler and Squamish are. And then library associations, Pemberton and Lillooet. And then there's regional library districts, and those are like Vancouver Island, the Okanagan, So those are, I mean, the SLRD could someday explore having a regional library district, but that would be a really big need, but it's just about where we're governed under the law. In that, I think that's what you're asking, but cooperatively, it's through Interlink, our library federation, that we do a lot of our work together.
And so sort of informally, the partnerships I see, that sort of, you all know each other, work together, sort of, there's no formal structure that's sort of here.
There are some formal structures. Interlink has a board of directors that has a member from every library's board. And then there's the administrators advisory group, which is all the library directors in Interlink. We meet quarterly to discuss our projects and programs and what we're doing together. So it's actually pretty formal.
Okay, and so, but Interlink, is that provincial then, or what's the?
Interlink is our library federation. It includes ourselves, all of the Sea to Sky libraries, the Sunshine Coast, Lower Mainland, and Fraser Valley. And that's one federation. There's a Kootenay Library Federation, Northeast Library Federation. And that sort of is a way for groups of libraries to work together. The regional libraries aren't in federations because they are a federation. Yeah.
Thank you, Director Rainbow.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow on a little bit from what Chris was saying there. Do you see any, or would you see any value to some kind of an opportunity to meet where all of the Sea to Sky and libraries were involved, plus elected officials from those areas, to talk about library services and what we do provide, what we could provide? What would your opinion be?
I think the Sea to Sky libraries would welcome an opportunity like that to really showcase and talk about like what we're doing and how we can help the SLRD and what you're trying to do. I mean, we do, and we provide assistance, but it would be great to have a better dialogue about that. And there's different opportunities, I think, where that could happen. Yeah.
Because I
Is that enough of an answer?
No, that's fine. I know that the librarians all talk to each other, but a pretty good network. But you don't necessarily have that same sort of connection to the various elected officials in the municipalities as having the regional district. So the idea would be to have a meeting which would have the professional librarian people and elected people, and I don't know where else that would happen unless it was set up as a separate.
Well, all public library boards have appointed elected representation on them. So Vivian Birch Jones is the SLRD's rep on our libraries board. And Patty Flynn is the representative from the district of Lillooet. So that might be a really great place to start, is look at the library board members who are elected officials and get them together.
Starting, okay.
Yeah.
I can follow that up.
Yeah.
Director Harper.
Thank you for the presentation and thank you for all the work that you do. Libraries are just so, as Councilor Sauer said, sort of punching above their weight as far as being impactful in our communities. I'm from Squamish and we have a facilities challenge there, and I just wondered with the you've got 3 certain locations, and just are you facing sort of in the next while any major facility needs, or where are you at as far as capacity and that type of thing?
Well, because we're a library association, we are not allowed to own property under the Library Act. We have to lease. Now, municipal libraries like Squamish, and because then Squamish owns the library, right? And so it's a slightly different situation that I'm in, so I don't have to face these problems that Hillary has to face. I'm grateful sometimes. But like I said in my presentation, we're definitely, using this enhancement funding to make the spaces better, making leasehold improvements. Yeah.
So focusing on efficiencies, but you don't see any need to lease a new, I get that you're not going to own it, but lease a new space or need to move or need a new facility. You feel that for the next while, the main location and the branches all have like comfortable enough space for what they're doing.
Yes, there's actually a formula for like how many people live in your community to have big, maybe you're familiar with this, and we're doing quite, since we a few years back, we started leasing another room in the rec center, and once we did that, we were up to proper size.
Okay.
And I mean, I do have some concerns about out in Goldbridge, because I attended the open house part of the hydro project out there. And there's gonna be a lot more people there for, and I'm hoping that the library can help those outside workers feel more like they're in a community, like they can return their book from Surrey at the Goldbridge Library and things like that. So, but that library might start looking smaller if the population's
Yeah,
gone
yeah.
up so much, so we'll see.
No, thank you, that was a detailed enough.
Yeah. I can get greedy, yeah.
No, that's good, that's good.
Director Durant.
Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, the board is gonna do a tour tomorrow, and we are actually gonna stop off at the SLRD complex.
Great.
Upstairs is the post office, 2 washrooms, and the library. But it's open on Mondays and Thursdays, and the reason it's open Mondays and Thursdays is that's when we get our mail. So mail day is a big day in the valley. In the summertime, the transfer station is also open Monday. And the other day is Saturday, that it's open those half days. And while the school is on, invariably you'll see the students all in the library also, but it also offers free Wi-Fi. So people that, especially in the summer when they're up and they don't have any internet or any source of it, they can go in there and get the free Wi-Fi also. So it's definitely well used on specifically on Mondays to Thursdays.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For
Yeah.
your time today and with being here, and we look forward to coming and seeing here. I love your library things.
Yeah, we added a pressure canner this fall at the request of some patrons, and it's been just flying off the shelf. It's amazing. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful trip tomorrow. I hope there's not too many rocks on the road. Oh, yeah, thanks. I'll just leave the little pile here. And, and I'll leave my card, and if you ever, just call me anytime, if you have any questions or ideas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Going back. 9.3. Mr. LaFrance, can you hear us?
I can, I think, here I am. It's not a very good connection.
Okay. We are at 9.3 in the agenda regarding the Lillooet Land Service Establishment bylaw. And I will turn the floor over to you.
All right. Just let me know if I somehow get disconnected, and I just because I'll be changing screens quite a bit. But for you is the amendment bylaw for the Lillooet an area refuse disposal, local service conversion and establishment bylaw number 508, 1993. And this is brought forward to the board for consideration to update the maximum requisition amounts within the bylaw, moving it from $100,000 to $488,074, and also adding in a rate per thousand into the language. The rate per thousand basically lets the maximum requisition move with the assessment values of the service area. And it's being set at the equivalent to the dollar value, which was the $488,000 at 50 cents per thousand of the total net taxable value of the service area. So any increases to the assessment would increase the maximum requisition, and probably that would dissuade any further amendments to the maximum requisition. The reason for the increase is due to anticipated cost escalations of the service. The biggest one is the new contractor procurement that is to begin September 1st. Sorry, the contractor begins September 1st, 2024. And there's general service cost escalations assumed as well, just because most services are increasing their costs exponentially. Also, there's the community outreach requests for additional services that were added into this anticipated cost escalations as well. I'll just pause here to sort any questions out about the cost issues, if there are any. All right, seeing none, I'll just continue. So there's different methods to approve.
Sorry,
Oh,
Suzanne.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry, it's a little
Director
slow on the
Hurd,
draw there. How does other mechanisms for raising funds like tipping fees and that sort of thing, do those play into this, or is it just handled in a, is that just adjacent to the issue that we're discussing?
Yeah, so with the service forecast, I did a forecast of this year and then into 5 years in the future. I increased the tipping fees 3% each year, and it still required this maximum tax requisition increase. But there is a good conversation to be had about how the funding for the service will be raised, either via user pay, which is the tipping fees, or through taxation. So we're doing a combination of both, a slight increase tipping fees each year. We don't want to increase them too drastically in hopes to avoid any kind of illegal dumping issues. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, carry on.
All right, so there's 3 different methods of receiving electoral approval for these amendment bylaws. You can receive it via participating area approvals, which is what we're recommending with this report to the board. And the reason we can request participating area approvals, which is basically each director of each area within the service, which is Area A, Area B, and District of Lillooet, to give their own approval of the electorate through a written consent form. And also the District of Lillooet has to have a council resolution approving the bylaw. And we're allowed to do this as per the Local Government Act in section 349, which describes amendments to service establishment bylaws. And basically, because this original bylaw, number 508 from 1993, was approved via participating area approval, we can use participating area approval for any amendments of this bylaw. There is a caveat, though, in that the municipal inspector may require an AAP. So the way this will flow is if the board is if the board approves the mechanism of participating area approvals being used, we would send this bylaw with the area approvals to the ministry to the inspector to review, he may come back and say, we require you to complete an AAP. So we've added the AAP approval requirements into this report as well, to avoid having to come back to the board for again, which would lose a month of time for us. And time is of the essence for these approvals, which is another reason why we recommended the participating area approval for this bylaw. We added timelines into the report for each type of approval. And the AAP potentially might take us beyond the March 2024 deadline, which is the financial plan approval deadline, which this would have to meet in order to be able to have that maximum requisition available for 2024. So that March 31st deadline is pretty strict. And this is anticipating 12 weeks to sit with the inspector. And that's the maximum that we would assume the inspector would need. It could be a lot shorter. It's an unknown to us, but potentially if the AAP is required, it might not make it in time to be adopted by March 31st, 2024. The other third option is by elector consent, which is the voting, referendum voting, which obviously would definitely take us beyond the March 31st, 2024 deadline for this requisition increase. But the information is there for the board to review. And if the AAP, say the inspector required an AAP and we went through the AAP and it failed, we could put through that referendum vote. And then if that failed, I believe we would have to wait 6 months before bringing it back to the board. So that would definitely not make the 2024 deadline. The financial impacts, I'll just speak quickly on those. The current maximum tax requisition is $100,000 for this service. It was just updated in 2021. And the average residential value for the home that I use to reuse these figures is $357,000. And that's based on the current BC assessment values for the service area. And currently, the $357,000 residential home pays $30.35 at the current maximum requisition. And with this new maximum requisition, that same household would pay $148.08. And of course, this maximum requisition increase is not going to be in effect for a few years. This is just in anticipation of looking out 5 years and what we would need for this service. So I don't anticipate going to the maximum requisition for at least 3 more years, if even needed. There's a lot of unknowns with the service, and so we're trying to be proactive to make sure this service can continue providing the needed community service. And I'll just pause for any questions again from the board.
Director Hoppel and Director Demare.
Okay, thank you. So just to kind of recap, on the 9.3, when we vote on this, if we vote, and part of it is, like the first part is the first, second, and third reading, and then area A and B, and then the council district of Lillooet, which I believe it's on the December 5th agenda, or will be. And then it's forwarded to the inspector of municipalities, and perhaps the AAP process then happens. But what happens if it gets to the district of Lillooet council and it's refused? Does it go straight to the referendum then, or what is that process?
So there is a clause within the Local Government Act that allows for a vote of 2/3 of the participants. So potentially without the District of Lillooet vote, it can still be approved. I'm not too familiar with that aspect. We've never had this happen in the past, but that's what the Local Government Act That's how I read it and interpret it to be, that there is still a vote that the board could have where at least 2/3 of the participants have to approve. And so that would mean A and B could approve, and then District of Lillooet could still be rejected for this. I don't know if Angela has any other insights on that particular part of the Local Government Act.
Yeah, thank you, Director LaFrance. Yeah, the Local Government Act, section 343 states that if within 30 days after third reading of the establishing bylaw, the district of council, if it notifies the regional district that it is refusing to approve, or if we just don't hear back from the regional district, there is an opportunity for the board to make a resolution to host an AAP for the district of Lillooet, so that we can get elector feedback. Speaking to that, there's also a clause within the Local Government Act that says that the cost of the AAP could be put on the district of Lillooet to cover the costs associated with the staff time of hosting an AAP for the district.
Okay. And if I can go on, can I ask another question or do you want to?
Go ahead.
So just when it comes to cost, like we are currently paying $30.35 for the use of the landfill or for having a landfill. The 117 is it's going up, and how will that be like this coming year? You said it will be a process over the next 3 years. So is that a breakdown of a third, and a third, or how does that work? Because in taking this, I want to make sure that, you know, I have all my facts straight, because don't forget, we also pay like 240 for garbage pickup too. So it's not just this $30 sounds like you guys are only paying $30, right? I mean, there's a bit more to it too, which will bring all of these, the increase, the $30 plus the 240 to, you know, close to 400. So I just want to make sure that I have a correct breakdown. When
Yes. So when I was reviewing the forecast in the future 5 years, that's where I kind of tagged that maximum requisition. So there's a lot of unknowns, but every year when we bring this budget forward to the board, that's when you would decide on the taxation level. And so this will allow room to move up, but I don't anticipate having it at the maximum for probably 3 to 4 years, depending on the new service contract, depending on the cost of potentially Ministry of Environment and legislations changes, and depending on the cost of the assessment for the road and things that are leering, kind of unknowns that potentially would need to have additional taxation. We're hoping that the assessment to the road can be funded without taxation through other grants, internal or external. We're always hoping for that. We always look for the external sources as well. But we want to make sure that we can continue to provide the service to the community. And looks like they will be needed in 2024, an increase beyond 100,000. But we're not saying 488,000 by any means.
thank you.
Thank you for your response. I've got a couple of questions. The first one is, have there been any increases since 1993? Was it $100,000 in 1993? Have there been any increases since?
I believe it was just 125% increase that we requested in 2021. And that was the first increase for this bylaw because it was set at a very high level in 1993.
The other question I've got I got actually 2 more questions. The next one is very similar to what Director Hoffman there said about if area, or if the district does not approve this, what would happen if area A did not approve it?
I believe it's pretty much a similar process. But I'm not 100% sure on that. So it's similar process to what Angela was speaking to with the board can vote to still continue with the AAP. But we've never gone down this road before, so I don't have any historical data to go on.
Thank you, through the chair. Should any electoral area director refuse to give consent, the board may dispense with the electoral area director's consent by passing a resolution. Adopted by 2/3. Yes. Of the vote.
Yeah, we've done it before.
Go ahead. So, and that resolution would have to be adopted by 2/3 of the board. And that would be giving participating area approval by consenting to adoption of on behalf of the electors. I'll come back to you.
Because I read this report and given what we've seen over the last while, we know this is going to be more expensive and I don't see that there is alternatives. This is the service that we have to provide. And it's going to cost more. So I felt, all right, this is going to be hard for people to swallow this increase in the cost, but I believe this is what it costs. So I'm in.
Did you have more questions?
Yes, sir.
You go ahead.
Yeah, another question is. Area A, when you look at the. At the budget. It's split equally amongst the three areas, so everybody pays the same rate. Area A also pays into their own tax service for the Gold Bridge transfer station. And there's a few services there that government ratepayers, or the area A ratepayers actually don't use at the transfers or at the landfill, little landfill. Has there ever been any study done on the actual costs that should be incurred by the property owners in area A for the Lillooet landfill?
I'm a bit confused by the question, but I'll try to answer. The service establishment bylaw originally was just Area B in District of Lillooet, and then Area A was added subsequently, shortly after I believe it was established, still before my time at the SLRD. And the service would have the same rate for each participating member. So it's always based on the tax rate per thousand of assessment value. If there was never a review done recently for the costs of Area A for the Lillooet Refuse Service, and I don't believe there was one historically, but potentially there might have been one when Area A was added, and that was, I think, in the 90s as well. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I don't think there's been any studies done on the costing for Area A.
Okay, thank you.
Just on that, just to clarify, the rate per thousand is the same across the board, but the total cost of the area isn't divided into thirds. Is that correct? So like the actual cost of the service is based on assessment value for the individual region.
Or
So
yeah,
Area A is not paying for a third. Area A would be paying for less. Right? Okay.
Yeah, two things, just following up on this topic, if we did decide that we wanted to change that, my understanding is we'd have to, I guess, somehow repeal, I don't know what the word is, the service area and construct new ones, because you can't sort of subdivide within a service area the amounts and how those are split. Is that correct?
I don't think I caught the beginning of that question. I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so if there was a desire to change Area A's contribution, we couldn't sort of change the splitting within the service area. You'd have to deconstruct the service area, create new service areas, because it's the service area that defines, that's sort of the most granular it can get. And so if you want different payments, you need different service areas. Is that accurate?
You can create different percentages for each member. So for example, we have that invasive species bylaw where members are different percentages of the total. So there is an option to adjust the service amendment bylaw to have specific percentages allocated to each member. There is, yes.
And I guess my main question is, my assumption is that if there's concerns from an area director, because an area director has a vote, we can sort of deal with that here. But with the district of Lillooet, that will go to a council vote, so we can't sort of have that discussion here. But am I hearing that there's concern, and I guess where I'm going with it is, do we need a bit more engagement with Lillooet before proceeding? Or are we sort of okay to go down this road just to ensure success?
Potentially, I'm not aware that we need to reach out to District of Lillooet's electorate, but maybe Director Hopful has some more insight on that.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
okay, so I think that just the more information that I have moving forward to the next council meeting on December 5th, you know, I think it's important to really advocate, because you know, the SLRD did do engagement and they did come out here. There was surveys put out, and people want these things. People want a free store. People want, you know, recycling. So all those things are going to cost, and you know, it's all on how it's presented. I just want to make sure that going forward, I have all the facts so that I can make sure that there is a secure understanding of what the needs that Lillooet is asking for, and that they know the cost of what it's going to be. And, you know, finding out what are other people paying, because, you know, maybe we are really low, but we're all used to what we're used to, and we know what we know. So like, again, I just want to make sure that I have all the facts going forward. So it doesn't come down to this, that it doesn't come down to the referendum and where it's going to cost, and, you know, prolong it. So, yes.
No, I was just gonna talk about the engagement, and there was quite a bit of, it was a large turnout on this area that came and provided their feedback. I think I would just ask if I could, you know, do you feel like you have enough information? If there's something else we can provide?
Well, I always think that numbers are important, right? So I want to know, what is the number that it's going to be increased this year, potentially next year? I also want to know if the districts, it's hard because we're short staffed right now. We don't have a CAO, we don't have a corporate officer. And, you know, but 6 months from now, we have those people in place, and maybe, you know, we say, okay, well, we can take this over. And I'm not making any decisions. I'm just putting an option out there. Maybe we can take this over, hire staff to go in there. Will that be is that something that we can redesign 6 months in, 6 months past? I don't know. You know, those are the questions that I want to make sure that I know the answers to before December 5th.
I think the one challenge with this particular service is the looming timeline for that contract that ends, and needing to have someone new in place. Understanding that the whole RFP process takes some time as well. I think that's another huge challenge that we're having in trying to make sure that this service is adequately funded, but also having somebody in place, because both of those result in the, ceases, stoppage of service or a serious decline in service. There's not funding and there's not something to take it over. So I think, if there was an interest and just, if somebody else taking it on, I think in 6 months that would be too late, because we should all be prepared to, issuing awards so that that transfer of the contractors going out and the contractors coming in, they have some transition time. That'd be my only comment. Please.
Director Herford and then Director Grant.
Thank you. Just earlier in Director Demers' comments, I heard about the transfer station, and I wondered just if I could find out some more. Once waste goes to the transfer station, just go to the landfill. Is that what happens? So it'd be stored similarly to the pickup that Lillooet, the curbside pickup being a separate piece to the landfill charge. Are there similarities there? Or does it operate differently? I just don't. I was familiar with. Is that how it works?
I don't know for sure, but I believe that the trash does go to the landfill, but I'm not 100%. I don't know the operations side of things for the landfill.
I'm just trying to think of that. So, but those two services, so if that's correct, and I think that's how it was, then those two fees would be serve a similar purpose in this context of our discussion there. Is that correct?
That's how I interpret it too.
Okay, thank you.
The way it works is we have a call factor. One call factor, and then we've also that goes into a bin. And then we've got 2 other bins that larger items go into, and only one is available at a time. And then that gets transferred to the little landfill, along with all the recycling. So all the fridges and freezers and scrap steel, the tires, all that rest of the stuff is dealt with through the Goldbridge transfer station. That doesn't go to the little landfill.
Right. So, and then are the costs for that transfer station that they're a separate cost center unto itself, or is it tipping fees that drive that? Horrible.
There's the residents pay into a tax service.
Okay.
Like Goldbridge transfer tax service. That's correct. And we also, if you look at the budget, we also pay into that tax service. Also pays into the little landfill.
Okay. Thank you. Just orienting all these pieces in my mind.
So that's where when I'm talking about the service level for our residents. I remember when it used to be a dump. You just go and dump anything you want in it, go look at the bears and all the rest of stuff, until it was turned into a trap. And I remember when that happened, but since that time, I've never gone over the scales. No, I've gone to the recycling center. That's it. Now, granted, right now with the situation that we have with the wildfire, there are loads going to the little landfill of the hazardous material. Because we don't have a place for that in the Lillooet. We're in the Goldbridge transfer station.
So if we're successful on the transfer station piece, how much is the requisition per for the transfer station? I mean,
Director LaFrance, do you have the curve?
just trying to figure out the end price tag for people is where I'm trying to modify.
I will dig into it. I'm just gonna try to find the report, the budget report, to open it up.
Thank you.
Still trying to open. Apologies, it's a big spreadsheet.
Nope. That makes me feel better about not having that number myself. Thank you.
That's it. So, do you want to, sure, give that figure?
One thing that I find quite useful when we look at any kind of tax increases, you know, when we look at a number full, it can be quite scary. But then when we take a minute and we go, okay, well, what is that per month and what is that per day? And the total of $148 a year breaks down to $12.30, 34 cents a month and 40 cents a day. So, you know, when you look at, it's interesting to kind of take a moment. I like to break things down a little bit, so it's a little bit more digestible as to what we spend every day. What are we spending money on? And is that something that we want to spend our money on? Right? Like, I think that's where it comes down to, is this where we want to spend our money, or do we want to spend our money over here? We're really knowing what that bottom line hit ends up being.
Director Stoneman?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I think that's helpful. I think the other challenge with this is that it's a bit of a communications challenge, because we're increasing the maximum requisition without knowing what the actual tax impact is going to be next year, knowing that it's unlikely to be the full amount that we're increasing the maximum requisition to. So my question for Director LaFrance is, we're also including the tax rate per thousand into the calculation to enable that number to increase over time. And so I just wonder if there's an ability to reduce the maximum requisition amount in dollar value that would still allow us to get there through the tax rate increase, or if those are just one and the same, but just worded differently.
Originally, they are equal, so they're built equally. So the tax rate per thousand equals the dollar maximum of $488,074. And then as the years go by, that 488 will be stagnant, and then that tax rate will change with the tax rate will remain the same, but the assessment values will change, increasing or decreasing that other option. So it's the greater of those two options that is the maximum.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, one of the issues I got is that the spread from what the tax requisition is right now to where it's going to go. And communication in area A. Due to the wildfire, we have very little communication. And I really haven't shared it. So here we are making this big change that, you know, basically you can go from the 100,000 that the tax requisition is to that 488. That's a big change. And with the public really not knowing it's coming. We never had any input, very little input into that survey. And for various reasons, of course, but that's why I find it hard to look at it and say, yeah, I can go for this. But it's very hard because we haven't had that community engagement whatsoever.
I hear your point. Would you like to? I mean, we could certainly send communication. We could send a letter to all electors in area A. It's a lot of work for staff to put that out, but it's doable. And if it would give you comfort.
Well, I'm just wondering, because I look at it, it was 1993. So here we are, 2023, 30 years later. And we only had one time that it was increased in these 5-year increments. So now we're at that 5-year increment. And just happens to be when we're going to get a new contractor, correct? I'm wondering if it could be delayed here. Make an increase. There's quite a bit of money in the operational reserve, I do believe, in this fund. Let's
ask the question. Director LaFrance, is there room in the operational reserve to absorb a temporary delay in this so that we can still continue on with the contracting?
There's too many unknowns to say that for for sure. So I cannot guarantee that there's enough room in the operating reserves. I believe there's only 50,000, but I'm having a hard time opening up Excel. It's not responding. Apologies.
I just want to make a comment that, I would like some concern with not moving ahead with this and securing a potential long-term contract with a contractor to come in without that uncertainty. What happens if this doesn't go through and now we've signed a 5 or 10-year contract without having the budget to fund it? That could open us up to liability and really just not negotiating in good faith that we don't have funds in order to implement that contract. That's just one of the things that I think of. Go ahead.
So just, we have some time pressures for contracts. We know because the wildfires, there is increased use from area A of the landfill. But once we get past this year, like amending this now doesn't preclude us from adjusting area A's participation in future years. Like that's something we could sort of over the next year or so consider or debate having passed this. Or we
Yeah.
sort of locked in for 5 years or something once we pass this.
I think we'd be locked in for the contract and the service level that we're expecting now. But the alternative is no service. That's not a threat, but that is what it is. And we either have no service as of the end of this year. And it'll cost us more to reinstate some kind of service in the future. Or we know that we have very few options. There isn't any real outcome that could come from the electorate that would change. That would make it cheaper, that would reduce service. Like there's no reality in which this becomes cheaper by delaying it. It only gets more expensive. Or no service at all. And that's our reality. I'll come back to you.
I'll approve it on a couple of conditions that I can make 2 motions. One would be that the service level, factor existing service level for area A for the Lillooet transfer station be reviewed in 2024.
We just do the services. Sorry, there was particular, okay.
And the second one would be that staff work on the communications out to the property owners in area A.
Okay. I'm gonna park those resolutions until we have the conversation, because I do have a speakers list and I don't want to jump on resolutions until I hear from Tom.
Sal's raised an issue, a sort of concept that you've got an area that's paying a tax to pay for a service, and they're also paying another tax for a service in their district, meaning that they don't require all of the service in the regional sense. I'm surprised we're talking about that now when we've got all this in front of us ready to approve. We've known that for a long time. So I don't dismiss it and say it's not worth talking about. I think it is, and I think Sal does have to speak to his residents and say, yeah, you're paying for this and you're not using that, but you're paying for that as well. And so if Sal's resolution is to try to address that in the future, then I would support that. But I can't take that argument to delay what we're considering here today. I think we have to move forward with this.
Yeah. I will come back to you. Go ahead, Director Stoner.
I was just curious about the communications piece here, and I think it goes back to kind of the communications challenge of this, is setting a maximum requisition, but that's not intended to be necessarily the budget increase for the coming year. And so my question, Director Demare, would be, is that a helpful piece of communication at this point, or is it more helpful to focus it on the potential budget increase coming to inform
budget deliberations on how much we actually increase the tax acquisition at budget time. This is just the authority to be able to tax, it's not actually taxing.
I think. A communication out. That describes the process that we're talking today. Well, the tax requisition increase. Over the 5-year period. Most people won't understand that every 5 years you increase your tax requisitions by 25%. And that's where I go back to that 30-year time period. It's only been raised once in that 30-year period. Which it should have been slowly increased. And that's the same with a lot of our tax requisitions that we have. You hold back, and then, wow.
Yeah. Like 0, 0, 0.
Yeah.
And only asks for trouble.
I
Tony, it's clarity.
I thought the point about this was that the way it was set up before, we didn't have the ability to raise it 25% each year. But what Suzanne is, Director Fox is proposing now is it a different system that allows us to make those regular increases. So it wasn't that it's not that we haven't been doing this, we weren't able to do it.
Right. Yeah. The constraints of regional district finance. Rears its ugly head, Director Hopkins. Go ahead.
So getting back to the per month part, I think as a taxpayer, I know that and I believe most taxpayers see it as a dollar figure. It's not just about the 117 increase. It's not just about the 30 that they're paying. And it's not just about the 240 that is that service that we're paying for, our garbage pickup. It's the cumulative effect of the 400, from what we are paying, along with our increases of, infrastructure and just general tax, right? So I go back to that budget dollar. What is the dollar that we're going to raise it each year? And yes, you're right, we don't know that, but that's the hard fact. But that's what people want to know, because we're all the especially in this day and age when, gas prices are crazy and food prices, people are budgeting, and they're budgeting much more in advance than they were before. So when you increase and you say, okay, well, it's going to be 117, at the top end of this, what is it in their pocket as of, come this next tax year and the next tax year, so people can fund it. So, I know you don't have that answer, but if you do, throw it out here because I need it.
Well, our goal obviously is not to increase it over and above what's necessary for the service. It's going to be tricky in 2024 to get the right taxation level without knowing the new contractor cost in September 1st. So we'll have to have some contingency added to the 2024 taxation, or we can decide to just use the contingency as the operating surplus reserve, which is 50,000. I checked, that's what we have in reserve right now for operationals. So it's tricky to pinpoint what that requisition will be in 2024 and 2025 right now. We're just anticipating a increase based on what we've seen in the past. And we can give them an estimate. Most likely it'll be higher than what we know of, just to be safe. But it's going to be, through the normal budgeting process, it'll be discussed with the board on what the taxation level will be for this service. I anticipate the first budget to go in January to the cow. And in speaking about community outreach, we do have staff capacity issues around the ability to have that community outreach for the budget. There's just myself and the deputy that deal with the budgeting, and he's very new, so it's really just myself. So there's not an ability for us to like travel around to communities like other regional districts do. But we hope to use the bang the table potentially to outreach to the areas, but that's still hasn't been developed yet. And due to staff capacity, I'm not sure if it will be developed because we're also doing the website upgrade, and there's a lot of activities and projects on the go right now.
We'll come back to that. Director Bertrand, go ahead.
Thank you. Director LaFrance, so if we have 50,000 sitting in the reserve for this service establishment, but if the inspector of municipalities or one of the participating members said no, and we had to go to an AAP, which is seems all right, an AAP would cost approximately, and it would come out of this budget, right? I'm trying to remember what, I think it might have been in here somewhere, is the cost. What is the approximate cost of an AAP process for this?
I don't believe it's in the report. But normally, an AAP process is mostly staff time that's involved. So it's just taking administrative time, and there's some advertisements. So the advertisements would have to come through that budget.
So maybe not more than $10,000 as a ballpark.
Yeah,
figure?
definitely not more than 10,000. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone have a resolution that they would like to make that moves us forward in this process?
We have to deal with those facts separately, or can they be dealt with as one?
I think they're each separate.
Okay.
And I think they lead upon each other too.
Yeah.
I'll move the first back.
And I'll second it.
Sorry, I'm just gonna check this out.
Sorry,
Can we
you're
move
moving
them all
Jeff
together? We can move them all together.
Oh, we can move on.
Yeah, who wants to do that?
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, Director Rainbow. Would anyone like to second?
I'll second it. So.
Director Herford, is there any discussion? I'm sure. Want to amend this motion, or do you want to approve the motion and then make your
Yes.
resolution?
Let's approve it. No.
Fabulous. Let's, seeing no further discussion on all of these that's being moved together by Director Rainbow and seconded by Director Herford, I would call the question. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Director Demare,
Yeah, I'd like to make two motions.
can you do one at a time?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The first one is that there's a review of the tax service level for area A for the Lillooet landfill tax service.
So direct staff to conduct a review of the service levels at the Lillooet land
In 2020.
in 2024, and that will have to be referred to the budget process. Okay. Yeah, but and is this just for area A residents or for the whole, for everyone that uses Lillooet landfill?
Just area A.
Okay. Good. Everyone clear on the resolution? Go ahead.
Just a question, so if we refer this to the budget, would we have an opportunity at that point to sort of question whether this is the only thing we review, or maybe we do part of a broader review, or there's already a broader review happening in the services areas?
Yes, we can ask that question at that budget time. Yes. Yep. Okay. Any other
I'll
questions?
second that.
Seconded by Director Rainbow. Comments? You want to speak to the motion or you're feel confident with that?
Yeah.
Anyone else? Anyone on screen? No? Good. I will call the question. All in favor of conducting the services review in 2024 for Area D?
Okay.
That is the resolution.
And
Referred to budget. And referred to the budget process. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Seeing no opposed. Okay. Second,
Second motion is that staff reach out to the electoral area property owners regarding the increase in the tax requisition.
is that a question?
To consider adding B to that.
Yeah, 30, please.
So we're not gonna discuss this particular increase because it's unknown, but yet when we go through budget, we would,
The process,
so we would send communications about the process we're undergoing at
yes,
this time.
Yeah. so they understand it. Because then when we get to the budget process, it's all totally different than what we're doing here.
Director Hoffel?
Oh, go ahead, you first.
Well, I was just gonna say, I heard rumblings about area B. Being included in this. I think that everyone affected by this deserves the same level of communication. So if we're gonna talk about what this is, what this isn't, where we're at in the process, then I think we do that broadly over the affected areas. As we know in the process, there's some element of risk if there's not buy-in from those areas. So I think it's important that it happens across the field. So I don't know, was there a seconder or maybe if the member,
Not acknowledge a seconder.
maybe if the member could maybe modify the motion to capture the.
Modified as discussed, for all the
All users of the
yeah, all
Lillooet,
yes.
or the Lillooet transfer station.
Correct, and I was.
Okay.
Just another point of clarification, so,
Just that money's gonna.
Just
come
a
out.
second.
and I'm, not opposed to sort of a general informational correspondence, but the electoral area members do not get a say automatically unless there's an A key.
Correct.
It's a little bit different with Lillooet Council who will get a vote, but in terms of area A and area B, it's only the director that will sort of say yay or nay at this point.
That's right. Yeah. There was chatter over there.
Oh, will the cost of that, when we get to budget. Logically, the costs of any communications around this, and I think communications are well worth doing before the tax bill. Will come out of that same. Measly $50,000 that we have in reserve, correct? Yeah.
But just curious about, so once this is formalized, this section, 9.3, we moved ahead with the resolutions. We would be putting this in our newsletter and on our website, and so we would need direction if you wanted something more than that to go out. And, then we would have to determine where and how much those funds were and staff capacity. If we're doing individual letters to everyone, that's quite a huge undertaking. But just wondering if those two venues for providing information are adequate, or what exactly we're looking for.
It would depend on how many subscribers you have to do the letter.
I don't think it's broken up by region or area, it's just by, so it could be anyone staff could be on that as far as members. It would be hard to get the,
Because I do share those newsletters in my newsletter. And
I think we can only do as much as we can do through our comms channels, and unless you're proposing a budget amendment to include a new budget for a substantive different communications outreach process, which I don't think that's what you're saying. I think you want us to craft a message to all users to ensure that the process, which is different than what anyone is expecting, is communicated clearly and fairly.
I mean, there's always an option of a Zoom meeting too, right?
No,
but, yeah,
there's no time and no staff capacity for that. We've heard from the director of finance that that is just short of
if it's
another.
well written and,
Yeah.
and so people can understand what this process that we're going through.
Yeah.
In the newsletter would be fine. And,
Thank you.
very similar, like Vivian,
Yeah.
then that's gonna get shared.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I don't believe, we don't know what the numbers are yet.
No.
If you were to do the insights on that newsletter, to see how many people actually subscribe to it.
We'll
Yeah,
come back to that. Viv and then Tony.
Well, just like you amplify, I mean, you have the best communication system going. Directly from there. I mean, you have phenomenal contact with your constituents, so I have some key contacts that I take, like public hearing recently, for example, make sure everyone knows this. Can we not just pull these newsletter items out and amplify them a little bit within our own systems? I feel like that would be adequate.
And the district of Lillooet could choose to share this through whatever communications team you have on Lillooet. I know your capacity is not there, and so.
It's not, but we can all, we can all
Do our best.
advocate for that
Yeah.
as well, as long as, the community area A, B, and Lillooet all has that information to share. I think that's really important moving forward, and you get the buy-in, right? And that's what we need, is we need that buy-in too.
Tony?
I was just gonna comment, I thought Patricia's modus operandi was to draft something and have it approved by the people that most affected, so, if Sal and Lauren, they've got to look at it before it goes out. It should do what Sal wants.
Final comment over there.
Well, just what I'm hearing is that our standard practice in this is that it's going to be included, so I don't know that it takes a specific motion.
It doesn't,
That's
but
what I'm hearing.
we're here. We've got a minimum, we've got a seconder. I'm gonna call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We are done with. Does anyone need a 2 5-minute, 3 minute?
2 5-minute break. That's 9.
3 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. still have Russell. We still have Mike. Hello. In Pemberton.
I'd like an update on that thing.
No, we're not getting an update on the bear minute. Okay, we're moving along to 10.3. We're gonna talk about growing communities fund allocation
10.2.
to, not 10.3, sorry, in my head. We have Director LaFrance. We have Director Butt as well here to talk to us about growing communities fund. Who's gonna start?
I'll start.
Okay.
So the Growing Communities Fund is a one-time fund from the province of BC. And we've received $1,525,000 in the Growing Communities Fund. The province has requested that we allocate this fund to eligible projects by December 31st of this year. And that the projects would need to be expended in 5 years. So the funds would need to be expended in 5 years, which would be March 23rd, 2028. We have 7 recommendations for allocations of this fund. There's 300,000 for condition assessments in lieu of the corporate asset management plan that listed many high-risk assets. So this particular project would require UES staff to review that list within the corporate asset management plan and create a plan of attack for condition assessments, and then review subsequent renewals if there's funding available for the renewal of the assets. And with the renewals, we'll look at the service and what asset capital reserves are within the service that could be utilized as well. And so it takes a little bit of work to do this project. The next project is the Braylor and Sewer Service for the new system tie-ins and the collection system. And that was $400,000 allocated to that service. There's $100,000 for the purchase, implementation, and training of asset management software. We hopefully will be able to do this in 2024, this implementation. Potentially 2025, depends on staff capacity. And the next project is for $150,000 to improve radio coverage in the Howe Sound East area. This was brought up by Protective Services, and that there's a lot of dark spots within the area that they would like to look at improving for emergency management. And $175,000 was to improve the Goldbridge transfer station. And $250,000 is allocated for improvements at the Lillooet landfill. And the new project added, I say new because these projects were also included in the board report last month, but this is a new project added. It's $150,000 for wastewater treatment plant augers for Furry Creek and Britannia Beach communities. I've listed some details about these projects and split it out by what area is involved, in hopes to inform the board on the regional aspects of the allocations. And I'll just open it up for questions.
Thank you for the
I have you, Russell. Sorry.
thank you for the report. When I'm looking at the prioritization and the other things considered, I kept sort of coming back to this high risk assets and needing condition assessments, and it feels very much like it's clearly a phase 1 of addressing the condition. I just wondered about allocating these funds, if that's high risk overall to assets of the organization, perhaps that's phase 1, and funding phase 2 of that is through this mechanism would be appropriate rather than going further down the list, as those are high risk and critical. So just how did staff think about that and funding those next steps? Because it's unlikely high risk critical assets that are getting condition assessments are going to get just a glowing thumbs up. So how are we managing that next step in that process? If not with this fund, these funds.
Yeah, so most likely this fund wouldn't be able to complete all the renewals like you mentioned. So we'd have to look at risk mitigation. So we'd look at maintenance of those items instead of renewals, and potentially look at whatever we can to make sure that those assets will still remain in time for the when we can actually budget to replace them. We don't know the condition of a lot of these assets. When we built the camp, the corporate asset management plan, we just used the install year that we could find. So there is potentially some that need to be replaced right away, potentially some that don't. So it's going to be a moving target a bit. So it's a long-term plan that we're going to be building, but the usage of this fund is just the start of it. And then there's a long-term plan that we're going to have to create for asset management.
Okay, that's helpful context. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Matt.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sure all these items that are listed here are all very viable and all that, but once again, I don't see any money allotted for anything in Area C, which I find kind of interesting. Now, it was mentioned that Area C had gas tax funds to use for projects, but there's so many projects that you can't use gas tax funds for. So it's a very limited, or it's more limited than this. This is pretty much anything and everything. So anyways, I'm rather disappointed that Area C didn't get any of these funds. And I thought it was supposed to be money allocated for the whole region, not just specific projects that staff decided to pick out. But I thought the directors should have had some input into what is needed in their areas. Thank you.
So through the chair, Russell, we do have divine water assets within the condition assessment project. So that is the one Area C portion. And the reason being that not a lot of Area C items are listed is exactly what you mentioned. There is a lot of community works funds available still for Area C, and we're going to be developing projects using those community works funds. So you'll still be funded, and they're actually very similar funding. So community works funds can be used for anything asset management related, asset management capacity related, whereas this isn't as much so. It's more on infrastructure. They both have to deal with infrastructure, but the gas tax community works fund, sorry, the community, oh, they changed the name. It's not gas tax anymore. It's the community building fund. So there is more ability for asset management reasons. The reason that, like in the report, we listed what we looked at to build these projects, and it was really for services in need that don't have funding available. As we want to ensure that all of these community infrastructures are working properly and actually providing the service that they're meant to provide. And we're still in a lot of break fix scenarios in a lot of services. We want to get beyond that. And this is, we're bringing it to the board to have this conversation, to change the allocations as the board sees fit. It really is a board decision as to how this is allocated. I looked at many other regional districts and what they allocated their fund to, and there's so many differences all across the board. Some people decided just to put it to services capital reserves where they know that there's going to be projects coming. That is a little bit complicated to do because you have to track that funding into that reserve and the spend of it, and because you have to report on these annually. So there's lots of options, and it is staff's recommendation, but the board ultimately has the choice.
Can I just follow up with that, please?
Yeah, please.
Okay, yeah, that's a great explanation, Suzanne, and that's fine. But hey, so the question, the gas tax fund or community building fund, that ends in at the end of this year or 2024? Is that correct?
We've received the last payment this year for the current agreement. The province's fiscal year end is April, so it's really 2024, but this is the last payment for that Community Works Fund agreement that we received this year.
Okay, so in other words, then are they coming back with another type of program, or is it just ended?
They should be having another program, but I haven't received any information on that yet. I thought it was to come this fall. We're slipping into winter, but hopefully soon I get some information on the new agreement. But there should be, consecutive agreements.
Okay, thank you very much.
I do have a speakers list. I will go to Director Rainbow next, please.
Yeah, just speaking to sort of to Director Herford's comment there. This is a one-time grant. We have assets. We have plans dealing with those assets. We find ways either through cost centers or through grant opportunities. And then what this has done, it gives us a chunk of money that's quite separate from our regular program, if you like, and it allows us to play some catch up and to do some things that we otherwise wouldn't be able to do. One of them in particular, I've highlighted $150,000 for radio coverage for emergency services in House Sound East. I don't know how else we would pay for that. It doesn't fit into any existing cost center, and it is something that is needed. I've talked to the fire chief there several times. That right now we're hooked into somebody else's system on top of Anvil Island, not perfect, and so to use this one-time grant part of it, for something like that, I think is really sound. The same with the item number 7. We have in wastewater treatment in Furry Creek, Ambertown. We've got a cost center that covers it. We've got a reserve. These two $75,000 items would place a considerable burden on taxpayers, and again, to be able to buy those separately out of this one-time fund, I think is good use of the funding. Go back to number 1. The condition assessments, and one of the things in there, and I will say that I have no input in this whatsoever. There are quite a few area D things in there, I know, but one of the things in there is streetlights. And it just so happens that the community association have been talking to me the last couple of months about the condition of our streetlights. But we have a plan for that. If this fund will pay for the assessment, then we have a cost center, we have a reserve. We'll find out how much it's going to cost, and then we can decide how we want to pay for it and when we want to pay for it. Maybe it doesn't all need. I doubt that it all needs to be done in 1 year, but it would be nice to know what needs to be done, and then what we can pay for out of the reserve fund, what we can do with the cost center, and is there any money available from this to offset some of that. So again, I think that I like this, what the staff presented, and I'd be prepared to support it as it is. Thank you.
Director Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. I think one of the challenges with this is that it is titled the Growing Communities Fund and is specifically anticipated to support increased local housing supply and invest in community infrastructure to support that housing growth. And so I'm just curious if staff can speak to how that was taken into consideration in the projects that were selected, based on growth rates within those regions, based on expected growth within those regions, and how those infrastructure projects are going to support growing communities.
through the chair. So we didn't actually look at the communities separately. We just looked at what services really needed this funding. The province originally had more regulations around this funding and they relaxed them, realizing that it's not as easy as just looking at what communities are growing and which communities aren't growing. It's really providing the infrastructure that each community requires. And so we didn't really look at the communities separately as growing communities or not. And there's not a lot of availability for the SLRD to use this for affordable housing initiatives. So that was also not reviewed.
And then my other question was around how we incorporate some of the strategic priorities of the board. So appreciate you saying it being complicated to be able to put things towards like capital reserves or operational reserves, but as we continue to push for regional transit, for example, we know that there's going to be substantive infrastructure investments on the horizon. And that feels like something that would be worthwhile allocating some of this money to as a more regional approach. Is that a possibility?
That's
Leave
better.
leave it.
We should switch them, actually.
Through the chair. So yes, regional transit infrastructure is definitely applicable to this funding. We don't have any projects on the go and we're very far from having any infrastructure projects that could be completed in 5 years. That's the issue with that project.
On that, last month, we heard that Pemberton is in the midst of currently building a park and ride facility that will support a portion of regional transit. Granted, that's a project that's already underway, but I just am curious, like, how do we identify those opportunities in this process? Is a piece that I personally feel like is challenging for me in this conversation, and that's more of a comment than a question, I guess.
Come back to you guys.
I don't know if that wasn't really,
It's not really a question. Okay. Thank you. I have Director Pettengill, then Director Richmond, then Director DeMayor, then Director Crompton, then Director Herford. All the dancing ball, that is.
I guess 2 questions, and just, you know, if we did have some concerns, I know we saw this last month, back at it again, as I read it though, like, timeline wise, we couldn't really push the clock until December 13th. Like, we just run into problems spending the money, so we're kind of, we need to make a decision today. Effectively, is that accurate?
Well, I believe this needs to be decided before the end of the year, and the further we push it out, the more uncertain that we'll be able to address and allocate these funds before the end of the year. And that's just sort of, that's why we brought it forward in October and now back in December. I would say though that if there are specific things, we need some specific direction if this is to be sent back, because staff we were all struggling a little bit at the last time. It was just referred back to staff, and so we tried to do what we could to provide some additional input and sort of review a few of the other projects. And having said that, there are some parameters that we are not able to bring stuff forward with, and staff are reviewing you know, sort of what's in the queue and trying to find funding and move that funding ahead instead of looking at projects that haven't even been explored. And I think there's a number of projects that are included in this report as well that weren't considered for that very reason. And so if there are projects ready and in the wait and all they're waiting for is funding, then that's where the funds, part of where some of those funds have gone.
So also files on an agenda in December that is already.
Right, and so I'm sort of being, I guess, cautious, and my next question is, I think, to the board, and just from what I'm struggling with, and like to hear other people's perspectives on it, is you know, when I go through this list, it's meant to be for growing communities as I read the parameters, and also there's a lot of reference to clean BC. And when I look at our RGS and where our settlement areas are, those tend to be our municipalities. Municipalities already get growing communities fund, but if we fund these projects under this, to me, it implies that we are actually seeking to drive growth in what our RGS would say aren't intended increased settlement areas. So I'm just wondering what people think about how we align that, and does that impact our advocacy to the province when we say we need more support for growth in our municipalities, where I say, well, you had the money, but you spent it elsewhere, or you spent it in these settlement areas, so we kind of expect you to see more settlement there. Like, what are the messages we're sending? Or
I would say that none of these are areas that aren't already developed in some shape or form. The Growing Communities Fund allocated to the SLRD cannot be spent in municipalities. As you say, all the municipalities got our own money, so hands on.
No,
Well,
Metro got 50 million and Capital Region District got 12. All of them will be spent.
right,
It can't be directed specifically to electoral areas,
right.
but
Yes.
it can be spent within the municipality.
Thank you for that clarity.
and I'm not necessarily advocating for one or the other, but I'm sort of trying to wrap my head around the alignment with our settlement focus and where we want to see growth according to RGS versus where we're spending this growth funding. Is that alignment sufficient? And have we pulled in the clean BC sort of focus enough?
Thoughts from anyone else on the board? Do you want to respond to that?
We're being asked to spend all of the money right now.
Allocate,
So it says expended within 5 years. Does it ask for allocation immediately?
by December 31st.
Sorry, what was Nikki's answer there?
By December 31st, it needs to be allocated, but it needs to be spent within 5 years.
Although if we allocated something to a project and then that project wasn't going ahead because it was no longer approved by some reason, I'm certain we could make an amendment to the allocation at a future date. I think they just want to have a plan so that they don't have it sitting in some reserve for Bitcoin. Okay, I have speakers. Sit on your hands. All right, Director Richmond, go ahead.
Thanks. And I really appreciate Suzanne's answer in terms of how staff came to these projects, and I respect the need for all these projects. So don't call into question that. And I think staff had to make tough decisions just to sort through it and choose them. And I do, I hear that Area C has a bunch of gas tax funds left over, which is a separate fund. This is a one-time fund, and it was allocated based on growth. And Area C experienced some of the most growth around too. So I do think that just the fact that there are other funds available doesn't mean that these ones should therefore be spent in other areas. And I've been really reluctant to speak on it because, again, I totally acknowledge the need of some of those other projects in other areas. So, and I'm interested a little bit where Director Rainbow is going with that first item and Director Herford. So, there are projects and a couple projects very quickly that fit right in. I don't know if Director Max even received the letter. I think so, but the Village of Pemberton really recently requested $95,000 to help finish paving an active transportation trail that'll connect to our recreation site. And it's a connection along the Friendship Trail, and it's paved, it's separated from the road, it's lit, and it's going to get lit. So there's a request right there, and that fits right into the parameters. Director Mack at this and other table has, requested more local transit infrastructure in his area, like bus stops and pullouts. These funds could easily be allocated to getting some of those in, and Director Stoner said, the village is putting in a park and ride in this effort, and we've heard Director Max say on a number of occasions that his residents are underserved there. So here's an ability to put that infrastructure in and improve that local transit. So this is a tough one, and I don't want to go round and round on it, but I do see Area C potentially having some strong need for it. I guess I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mack.
Yeah, thank you. Over my time as the director, I funded a number of studies. Overage water. Railroad water. Transfer station and et cetera. Because we needed to know where they were. And one of the issues that I've got is that we've got this, now we've got our asset management program and so on and so forth. Like, you know, and I know the condition of the overage water is really bad. It's not the best. Major leaks and the list goes on and on. And it's not enough for the. If we had a fire there, we did have an organized fire department. It's not, you can't use that system. Doesn't have enough volume or pressure because of the size of the pipes. And I think that's the same issue that Director Back has with some of his water services. But the concern I've got is, you know, we get this one-time fund. But what do we do moving forward? We got all this infrastructure that needs a lot of money. We don't have a grant rating. And we were gonna talk about having a grant writer that got kibosh for whatever reasons, but we need a dedicated grant writer. We really do. Our grant writer that we have, area A and area B, and that Lillooet also uses on their own funding program that they have. It's phenomenal. She came to me just the other day. It was just fun. What do you think? She's always looking for all these various funds that are out there. And, you know, are we doing that within the SLRD, or are we just pinpointing on what we're looking for? If we had a dedicated grant writer that's always looking and always pursuing and given a task, you know, where can you get some funding for this project? Where can you get funding for that project? Rather than being on the side of the table of one of the staff members. That dedicated grant writer would pay off really quickly. So, yeah, the key is getting the whatever infrastructure assessed. You actually know what it's gonna cost. And granted, you know, every year it's gonna go up quite a bit. And lately it's like 10-20%. Everything just increases. And next thing you know, it's X amount. A good example was that Railroad Sewer project. You know, it was funded for, I think it was 1.8 million or whatever it was, and now we're gonna be close to 3 million. By the time it's all said and done. Because of the delays, and everything just keeps on. Prices just keep on going up. It's critical that when we tackle a project, that we deal with it really quickly and get it done, because those costs are going to go up.
I have Director Crompton and Director Herber.
Sorry, are we asking questions or? can I-
You're asking questions.
I have no questions. They were already answered.
Wow, okay, I was struggling with this list where and I appreciate the extra context we've heard today around the selection criteria that staff use to bring things forward, being these are ready to go and they just need funding to get over the line. And Director Rainbow's comments around, well, there's not really another way to fund this. I was thinking about how this could, and we've heard from different area directors, more investment in their area and so on. I'm having a hard time. We just had a discussion earlier about requisition for service and the people benefiting from the service paying into that. And I feel like some of these, and this might just be my perception, are really benefiting some people in certain service areas and not broadly the community. So when I look at the first item being the high risk asset assessment, that's overall, that's kind of affects everywhere. The Braylorn specific one might fall into that other category I was talking about, but the asset management piece, okay, it fits in that. And the house on east, the radio coverage, I accept that maybe there's not another way to do that, we don't have a cost center. The other ones are really benefiting taxpayers in those specific cost centers, which puts all the other cost centers that have needs as at a disadvantage. I don't know how to do that equitably, and this doesn't feel like that much, I know. So I feel some of these specific pieces and those expenses should be borne by people benefiting from that service. Unless there's some other rationale that why that theory doesn't hold, if it's above and beyond, and there's that growth, yeah, which would be growth, you know, future people to benefit from it or something like that. But if we're making $150,000 just to literally just to choose one, the bottom list here is the wastewater treatment plant upgrades there. Are there not other wastewater treatment plants where those upgrades, similar upgrades, would be borne by exclusively by the ratepayers and not have this benefit? So I'm struggling with that. It's not about equitable inside the areas. I'm not as concerned about that, but what should be borne by the service area folks and what should be borne by so who should get that benefit of that? And that's the sort of the conceptual problem I'm having with this, if I really think about it. That was a very long question. Does it make sense?
It was a comment.
No, well, I'm looking for like how this was considered, or am I off base with
So I
the
can speak to that. We as a board got the funding. We said, let's understand where our critical asset management plan is. We didn't even have one. We had it started, but it was a process and we didn't have the staff capacity to push it over the line. This was the incentive to get that asset management work done. And then all of this was strategically put into areas of need and what projects have been sitting on our books for 12 years. Why are there projects that are they're not actioned? And then if it's not been actioned for 12 years, is it still important? Those kinds of questions, I think, were applied by all of the senior staff as they looked at all of these projects. I think that there comes a time where we say that this money, we appreciate this money. It doesn't go far enough to address all of the problems. And so how do we address some more important, less, like how do we prioritize this money and use it to the best that we can? Because there will never be enough of that funding. So you had some thoughts.
Yes, no, I agree, and I think that was I think we all strive to look at shovel-ready projects, so that when grant funding comes down the pipe, we go, listen, we have a project. This is sort of that reverse grant, we didn't ask for it, but it was given to us, but what do we have that is shelf ready? And so working through the capital asset management plan, that has sort of outlined those big, the spotlight on the projects that are individual line, like projects that go, this is where we need to get that money from. And, could there be borrowing for one of these areas? Yes. Could there be looking for other grant funding for whichever kind of intake there is? Yes. Or could there be taxation? I think we struggle with that in all the budgets that we deal with, but these are the ones that have been identified as the top flags. And I think for Director Richmond, there was a letter he commented on just about a request from the village, and that's just on the previous agenda. I just didn't want that to be hanging out there, that it will be addressed on November 30th. But I don't think staff were I know staff didn't just randomly look at what do we think would be a nice thing to move ahead with. Even just taking the Braylorn sewer service, it's on a pilot project right now and trying to get different, individuals looped into it, but there are, upgrades that need to be done by from the larger pipes. So yeah, I think this was the way to go and check off those that were the most critical to move it ahead.
So if I just, thank you, and it's the rationale behind the list to me that's more important than to justify the list rather than like the individual pieces. So I find that context really helpful. And would you say that there's an element of risk to the overall if work isn't done, and that was part of the prioritization as well? Because I can see that being a solid justification for these pieces rather than leaning on the requisition area for borrowing funding or whatever else.
think I see Director LaFrance is off mute, and they've definitely done more with the camp and where we're at with asset management. So we are actually developing a new policy and a plan as we speak. So there's still more work to be done in addition to the capital asset management plan, but perhaps Director LaFrance can talk a little bit more about the selection of these projects and their sort of critical nature or pressing nature.
Yeah, sure. So a lot of our services have a very small tax base, which causes a lot of issues with capital replacements. Honestly, some services can never afford to replace their assets because there's only 25 homes trying to replace a full sewer system. It's not going to happen. So we struggle more so than municipalities with small tax bases with these capital infrastructure renewals. So yeah, we are going through an asset management strategy governance structure right now. We hope to have something completed in January for the board's review. But it is a big problem, and financially, we do rely on grants. And like Sal was talking about, we do have the need potentially for a grant writer, although I don't believe it's 100% full-time position of the SLRD. But so these grants do come in handy for these small tax-based services, as well as growing communities which don't typically have that struggle as much. So what we looked at was really just those services that don't have the capital funding available, as well as trying to get regional projects in there as well.
No, thank you. That's super helpful context, and just trying to wrap my head around all these pieces intersecting here for us. So thank you.
I just want to circle back. So we've heard that, a couple specific projects mentioned by Director Richmond. I understand that some of that will be addressed at PVIS. I'm just wondering if I can get clarity, because I assume if we don't do something as a board here today, that leaves it out of this grant. So were those projects excluded because strictly or primarily because the gas tax could fund them? Or, and I guess in my mind, there is some strong alignment with whether RGS is the settlement areas and the purpose of this fund and so on. So I'm just trying to understand those particular ones.
I think in particular relating to the lighting upgrade on the trail, that is an eligible gas tax expense or community, whatever it's called, the gas tax fund, community pay. So, and we haven't even considered, we just received a letter last week, so we haven't even had a conversation, and it was sort of new information as far as request. So not everyone has had an opportunity to review it and discuss it. I don't even think Director LaFrance has seen it, so still very new. Regarding bus shelters and other transit related infrastructure that could be placed in Area C, I think that's a great idea, but we don't even have a service area for that area. And how are we going to maintain those shelters if it roll into it? Like that's a bigger piece that we haven't really crossed the bridge on yet, about where are we going to do the locations? Is it even possible? Are there amendments to other agreements? There's a lot logistically trying to work out what those bus shelters look like. And I think we all agree that transit is a huge issue that we need to start putting our attention to. But I feel as though we're not there yet to be able to say, we're going to put X amount of money for this and X amount of money for that. We do have 50,000 in our regional transit planning right now. We'll see where we end up with that. But those were reasons why they haven't really been brought forward as projects, especially the bus shelters. We've talked about them, but we haven't actioned that.
Director Richmond, go ahead.
So I guess that brings me back to one of the original questions. The funds have to be allocated, but allocated to a point of a shelf-ready project, or, if we have 5 years to deliver, is it something that looks like, X amount of dollars can be put over here for the installation of transit infrastructure? And it's a dollar amount, knowing that this is, some of the things that you discussed have to be sorted out, but we have 5 years to deliver this. I like to think that we could figure this out and deliver bus sheds in 5 years, being the efficient local government that we are. So I'm just wondering if we have the ability to put money as a sort of lump sum towards a specific direction, or does it have to be a shelf-ready project?
Through the chair, it doesn't have to be a shelf-ready project. It really just has to be something that can be fully expended within 5 years. So with the service area concern, I think that regional transit service could be used to house any growing communities fund allocations for the Area C transit, or for otherwise, if there was a project that came up for regional transit.
Sorry, just for clarity, this is local transit. This isn't regional. This is like local in our small area. It's regional, but it's not the regional like we discuss when we talk about Mount Currie to Vancouver.
Through the chair, we don't have a service area for Area C transit, so that's why I mentioned the regional infrastructure planning service could house that for Area C transit.
So. Would anyone like to think about, oh, Tony, you were on my list, sorry.
So, yeah, I just wanted to reflect on how we got to this point. We asked staff to give us some indications of how we might spend this money. They've gone through a process. They didn't just sit there and think, oh, this is a good idea, that's a good idea, something else. They've gone through a list of things that were already established. And from that list, have chosen a few that fit into that $1.5 million. If we have $3 million, they could probably double the size of this list without coming up with anything new. You know, these are things that we have known and staff have known. We need this. We need to support these areas. Yet they're all located within electoral areas. I'm not quite sure why RGS was ever mentioned, because there are people living in Braylorn right now. The sewer system doesn't work; it needs to be fixed. There are people living in Howe Sound East, and anywhere in the Cedar Sky. We should be concerned about fire protection and emergency services on there. So a thing like the radio coverage is something that is critical. We've just had a long discussion about the transfer station at Goldbridge and the Lillooet landfill. Those things. If we want to take those out and put some money aside and say, well, in 5 years' time we're going to build some bus stops, what do we do? Where do we find the money to deal with those things that where the money should be spent right now? I have some trust in staff that they have done their best to sort of prioritize the things that they see as being in critical need right now, and where we should spend the money that we've been given. And having said all that, I want to move that I've lost the direction.
That the Growing Communities Fund be allocated as.
We accept the recommendations as presented.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Director Burton. Comments, Director Crompton first, and then I will open to other comments. Go ahead.
I really thought that Director Herford's questions really consolidated this for me. The first time that we I think all of us stepped into regional district budgeting process, we were overwhelmed just by how complicated it is. A+ cost centers. Get ready, it's exciting. And I finally came to terms with regional district budgets when I understood that we have 80+ sequestered cost centers, because those cost centers benefit a very small group of people who choose to establish this service by vote. And that money stays there and it's built upon. And if you want to invest in that cost center, you do, and you can spend more, but you can't take money from that pot and put it into another pot. And I think the goal of the Growing Communities Fund is to facilitate growth regionally, and I think that that was how it was invested. And I particularly want to bring mention to Metro Vancouver and the Capital Regional District. Those funds are being used, some in municipalities, some out of municipalities, but regionally in focus, and I think that that's what we should do here. I was going to suggest that it be referred back to staff to consider allocations to services that are regional in nature and focus on facilitating growing communities, things like transit, trails, those kind of things that would facilitate growing communities. And I when you brought up climate, I was like, yeah, and then I didn't think quickly enough to add a component that would fit that. But for me, what we're about to pass here doesn't make sense of what the money was intended for. So I look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say.
Director Beckendale, I've got you.
Yeah, and I'm really kind of torn here because I understand the direction, and I do see evidence that staff have really worked hard to find where we need funding and where we have projects, where we have some sense of what the actual project is. But when I read the grant, and the reason why I brought up the RGS is this is not the existing communities fund. It's not funding for where there happens to be people. It's where we want to see growth and supporting that growth. And when I look at the RGS, that gives direction on where we want to see that growth. And so if we're gonna stick to the stated purpose of the grant, not just where we could technically spend it, I am looking for more alignment to transit and settlement areas and so on, not just settlement areas, but settlement areas where we want to see growth. And I'm not sure this quite hits the mark, but I also understand we're kind of under a time crunch. And so that's why I'm kind of torn. And there is that, when I read the provincial documentation, a fair bit of reference to Clean BC and making progress on those things. And it's not clear to me yet for these items where we're moving the needle on that. So yeah, I'm just sort of torn. I'm gonna have to listen to what everyone says, but if I might be willing to support or able to support something a little more transit oriented if we have something close enough to go now.
Thank you. Director Rainbow.
I wanted to respond to Jack's comment about Metro. And how you can compare Metro with any other regional district, I don't know, because Metro is a collection of municipalities with just a little bit of one electoral area. So how is Metro going to spend any money? It has to be spent within those municipalities. That's a given. That's not our situation. So that was one comment. And my other comment would be this. This came to us last month. We considered it and we said to staff, go away and bring us back a report. This is what we've got. Now we're saying to staff, well, we don't really like that report. We should have some things about transit. We should have this, we should have something else. So my comment to this board is, if you're going to ask staff to go away and do something, give them some more direction. If this is how we're going to respond to it. If I were on staff right now, I'd be going crazy. What's the matter with those people? They told us to go away and do something, we've done it. And now they're saying, oh, we don't like that, go away and do something else. Come on, guys, we should be better than that.
Okay, thank you. Director Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. I agree with my colleagues, but I think that the allocation as presented doesn't actually fully respond to the criteria of the Growing Communities Fund as I read it. I appreciate some of the draft language that I heard from Director Compton. I think one of the things that jumps to me is services or utilities that have at least 2 or more participants in them. It's trying to get back to that regional nature and where it is that it's supporting would be a criteria that I think would help me move this forward. And I appreciate Director Rainbow's comments about perhaps not providing enough direction to staff last time when we referred it back 100%. Was also at the very end of a very busy meeting and some of us had left already, and
So I will take ownership of that, and I think all of us around the table can. I think that's our effort here, is to try and provide some more direction. So we can give or allocate this money in advance of the December 31st timeline.
Thank you, Director Mayor.
Yeah. Talking about growing communities, we grew 62%. In area A grew 62% in the last census. And one of my goals as is with the number of the people in the area, we got others that don't want to grow at all, but to get to 500. Because that will make us more sustainable community. We'll have more tradespeople there, we'll have more of everything. And we grew by that percentage. And we're actually starting to see some good improvements in you know, the talent pool that is coming to our valley. This is tradespeople, certified tradespeople. And it's benefiting our community. And we need to have the services that we have up to snuff to be able to handle that. So I just want to mention that we grew the most of any community in the last census, and we're going to continue to grow.
Thank you. I don't know that Lillooet is growing to the proportionate amount that we should be. We're very landlocked, and we're working on that to densify certain areas of Lillooet. But that aside, I think that the Growing Communities Fund grant supports the delivery of infrastructure, projects necessary to enable community growth, amenity projects, environmental, and I think that, and I'm going to speak to number 6, of course, because it's improvements to the Lillooet landfill, and what we're suggesting that money go for aligns with the environmental framework of BC. So while I support this, if this does not get passed, I would like us to discuss which of the 7 do we agree with, instead of sending the whole thing back to staff to say, okay, well, redesign. Who knows which ones do we agree, which ones don't we agree? I think we need to separate that and give clarity direction on what we are asking.
And
Thank you. I think I'm having a really hard time with this one, and where I'm landing at this point of having heard the discussion around the table is the things that have regional benefit and the things that there isn't a necessarily clear cost center for. I do accept some of the challenges around the smaller places coming up with you know, with the funds to do this, and to me, grant funds, if it's not this one, maybe it's another one, and there's things we need to action. But the ones that are pure like slam dunks for me are number 1, which is the high risk asset piece. Number 3, which is the asset management benefits the overall. We've heard there's not a clear way to get the radio coverage. We know there's gonna be lots of benefit to that. That makes sense. Earlier today, we did spend quite a bit of time on discussions around the Lillooet landfill and how that affects 2 areas in a member municipality. That makes sense to me. Those other pieces, I think, have cost centers associated with them, have ratepayers that should be bearing that cost, and others aren't necessarily going to get the benefit of grant funds. I'm having a hard time with those are the sticking points for me. So that puts me you know, a touch over 50% of the way there, but with the motion as presented, I won't be able to support the motion. And I think, having spent more time with this now, I appreciate the work staff has done to get us here. I was nowhere near 50% when last time we looked at it, and we're narrowing in. And I think I won't be supporting for those reasons. I won't be supporting the motion on the floor, but I'm prepared to give pretty clear direction if those comments are that. So
I have myself on the speakers list, which I do, but here I am. I do appreciate the work that the electoral area directors put into the strategic planning and prioritization of projects in your areas, and I know how important they are to the communities that they serve. I do feel like we've given this a lot of time, staff have given this a lot of time. I do trust the work that staff have put into prioritizing these as far as a larger community allocation, and I think that's important work. However, knowing that these can become, each of these sort of priorities can become black holes of how much money do we need to actually complete a lot of these projects is beyond $1,525,000. So it's very challenging for us to pick and choose the kind of the winners and the losers. I'm very compelled by the argument that our corporate asset management plan has to be our top priority. The other piece that we have done in my time on this board, we have sat in a room with a strategic plan on a wall. And every single time we say regional transit and climate action. And those two pieces have been at the top of our priority. And when the province says to us, get creative, and we go back with the same, we want regional transit, please give us regional transit. This will solve many of our region's challenges in growth, in congestion, in climate action, in housing, in density. The list goes on and on and on. I'm far more compelled to not support the motion on the floor as it is, but to support the corporate asset management plan program continuing and understanding that further. The implementation and training of an asset management software. I'm happy to support those. And I'm not saying that any of these other projects are not important or shouldn't be given attention, but I would far rather, if we have to allocate the full fund today, I would support those two. And I would support the remainder going into regional transit, because we continue to say, how do we get regional transit? We don't have any money in the fund. We've got $50,000 in the fund. How do we get it? And knowing that we can potentially reallocate funding after that's where I'm feeling the most strong, because what we're not saying is let's go spend $1,525,000 on a new bus to service regional transit, but what we're saying is we're taking seriously that we've asked the province help us, and they say help us help you. Here's $1 billion to the province. So and I know that doesn't service the residents of Grey Warren, and I'm sorry that I feel very strongly about this, that there are other ways to service those projects. This is a great way to do that. If we had no other priorities, or if we didn't have a top 3 over and above on our strategic priorities as a board, we say it every time. Climate action, regional transit. So unless does anyone else have anything? Everyone has had a first shot at making a comment. So if anyone would like to say anything, please.
Call the question.
Call the question.
So,
Okay. I will call the question. All in favor of the motion on the floor? Director Hopfull, Director Demare, Director Rainbow, Director Birch-Jones.
And on the screen.
And no one on the screen. Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I will now consider a motion from the floor for resolution 5.
You said the GCFP allocated to which numbers?
1 and 3.
1 and 3 and the remainder to regional transit.
would you not consider
1,
4 as well?
3 and 6?
1, 3, and 6.
1, 3 and 6.
What about 4?
The radio.
Hmm.
And we have no.
Oh,
How much do we have left for regional transit?
Better than $50,000.
I agree. If it's 1,346. What does that leave behind?
725,000.
That is my motion. That the GCFP allocated to 1,346 with the remainder to regional transit. I'll second.
Seconded. Comments? Do you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I think that this was well considered by us. I understand the disappointment, and I think it's important to note that the things that haven't been included here will remain high priorities for our team as we go and look for money through other processes. And so I think we should work hard to try to find that $725,000 because it's important work. And it's been nice to be able to actually look at that kind of stuff because we don't often get there. So, I'm enthusiastic about this. I think it takes it in the right direction as far as what the fund was intended to do.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Support of the motion. I think this is a good hybrid between sort of what the initial ask was here that was presented by staff and where we sort of conceptually could go off course rather than referring it back. I think this picks the pieces that benefit the region most broadly. And I'm happy to see the contribution to regional transit, and I look forward to the challenge of finding those specific projects to get that money spent on, which I know will happen. I hope will happen in short order.
I have Chris, then Jack, then Lori, and Russell. I got you, Russell.
I've spoken, I can go to the end. I'm
Okay.
sure someone will say what I would say.
Yeah.
Happy to support this. I think it's a worthwhile shift. What I've seen in Squamish is good success with grants, and I think from my perspective, one of the pieces of that success is finding strong alignment with provincial mandates and having the province able to showcase, hey, we put out this money and they've done this creative thing that really aligned with that. And so one of my hopes is that with what I see is better alignment here with the specific purpose of the grant, rather than something that just technically you can get away with, is that it will help the province feel more comfortable bringing more money to the table. So I see this as our better path to end up with more funds at the end of the day and more success on more of these projects. And so that's, strategically, I think this makes sense, as well as aligning better with our strategic goals.
Thank you. Director Rainbow.
Yeah, I'm going to support this motion. I much prefer this approach to sending it back to staff and asking them to do something again. I think it would have been better if we had said to staff originally, put half the money into transit and then come up with what you want to do for the other half. But nevertheless, I sort of swayed by the arguments I've heard, and so I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hoppel.
So through the chair, my question is to Director Demare about number 5, the Goldbridge Transfer Station service improvements for 175,000. If you've got the feasibility study for the septic trench, including system upgrades and upgrades to the recycling. You can just speak to that and what that would look like without it. And I mean, I believe that aligns with the environmental framework of BC, but again, I'd like you to speak to it. Or is there a proportionate amount that you would like considered?
Well, the original funding that I put out was for a study to see how we could increase the amount that could go into the septic trench. In the end, it turned out that money was all spent, plus I had to put extra money on, $22,000 to get it to where it is right now, to get it to standard to what the permit required. So there was never any study done to see what we could do to improve the size of it. So that's what this is for now, is for the size of it. just, you gotta remember, the only properties that have sewer system is some properties in the actual town site in Grayling. Everybody else is on second. And we're getting 7-bedroom places getting put up on Gun Lake. We've got a few of them now. They have two septic systems. So,
We,
yeah. Well, here you go. Here's my chance. And so that's the issue there. Is that all our septic system goes to Lillooet. Because in May, it was full. It was already full. The 100 cubic meters is done. If you come and look, you should drive through the transfer station tomorrow. And you'll see.
Yeah.
We've got a little trailer with bins outside, little tiny bins for our recycling center. That's what we've got. And yeah. Well, there you go.
Like, I just wonder if, you know, if you're going to make a motion to put any money towards that too, because to me, if that, okay, because that makes environmentally important to all of us, and you know, I think that's exactly what that money
I'm
is.
gonna be pretty blunt. We're giving you our shit.
Yeah, and we're sick of taking the shit.
Yeah.
No. But yes.
next on my list is Director Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, just a thought here, maybe what we should do, first and foremost, that money that you had allocated to the number 4, that's to do with emergency services, and the benefit of that. That to me should be the number 1 priority. Allot that money to there, and then allot the rest of the money wherever you want. But number 4 should absolutely be taken care of. So those
It's
people.
on there.
On the list.
It's on there.
Good.
It's covered.
4 is on there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Yeah. Okay. Jack,
I'm really excited about going to the province and saying we have a big amount of money we want to invest in regional transit. Let's go. Like, I feel like this is creativity. So you already said that, that's why I want to.
thank you. Director Mayor, final. Because I really want to move on. We have a community group coming at 4 o'clock.
I'll have a motion to make after.
Okay. So if there's anything burning that hasn't already been said, speak now for please. I see none. I am calling the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Yeah. Okay, we have Director Rich Jones and Director Mayor opposed.
Director Crompton just made a really good point. I thought.
Well, let's take that up later.
Yeah.
Noted, I got another right there.
Hold on. No, thanks a lot. Director Mayor, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we secure a grant writer, whether it's full-time or part-time. We need a grant writer. There's no way that we're gonna be able to, I won't be able to fund that $400,000 to complete that project. I'm gonna put in 50,000, 50,000, 50,000. I'm gonna stop that. The project will stop. We need a grant writer to take care of that sewer system.
Would your motion potentially, as a friendly amendment, include being referred to our budget process?
Yes,
Thank you.
second.
Thank you. Comments?
We being, clarification here, we being the SLRD.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll vote in favor of it. I look forward to a thorough discussion and debate at budget.
Yeah.
I think it would be important for new staff leadership coming in and opportunity to have that conversation. So I think it's a good idea to discuss.
Thank you. Further comments? Call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Director Mayor. Anything? Being none. Okay, so we are now moving along to 10.3. And this is a direction request for the board remuneration review. And we do have Ms. Litsky joining us on the screen, so I'll wait till we know if he can hear us. No, we have 4 o'clock. We. Ms. Litsky, thank you for being here. I'm gonna ask you. What I would like to do is refer this whole report and discussion to the governance committee, which was the original board direction from the April resolution. I appreciate the work that you put into the report. However, this was intended to be first tackled by the governance committee. We have not yet done that work. It is a priority for the committee. And I'm going to look to the chair and vice chair of the committee to ensure that this gets onto an immediate work plan for the committee before it comes back to the board, because it's not ready for this debate without the committee's input. Is that fair? Go ahead.
Just a question, this feels like it might make more sense at committee of the whole with everybody around the table.
I'd like it to go to the governance committee first and then come to committee of the whole.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense, as long as, like, I would like to be able to have a committee of the whole type conversation about this.
For sure.
Before
we make a decision.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
Question?
Just, I want to make sure we're not too prescriptive as to like which order our governance committee tackles things, because to me,
Well-
there's some pieces around what the roles are and, that, what we call a governance excellence project, and to me, this sort of flows out of that and is a piece that's later in potentially later in the process. So
Yeah.
I'd leave that to that committee to figure out where it fits, but
Yeah.
I appreciate the touch point though. I do like getting eyes on it.
Yeah.
Just a comment that originally this came to us before the end of the last term.
Yes.
And the idea was it would be phased in over 4 years.
Yes.
Now, we missed the first year,
Yes.
but we said we were going to consider it for budget this time around. So just that comment. The second comment is, I'm not sure why we need to do a wider review, because that wasn't the intent of the original motion. So but if we need to, then I agree it should go to the governance committee.
Yeah. Anyone else? I don't want to miss the opportunity for it to not hit the target dates. However, I think that there's more to it than just saying yes or no to $5,000.
Yeah.
And so I think the committee wanted its first crack at it, and I agree. I don't want to tell the committee chair and vice chair when the prioritization should come, but it should be the work of the governance committee has been put on hold due to a number of staff in the organization. It has been challenging to get it onto an agenda. It's been challenging to coordinate the meeting of the committee, but I think that we need to set some intention that we will get that committee together and have this conversation before committee of the whole and then before the board deliberates. So with that, motion to refer. Moved by Director Jones, second by Director Rainbow. Further comments? Thank you, Ms. Litsky. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, don't be sorry. It's that information is appreciated, and thank you.
Thank you.
Information is still valuable.
Yes, it's still valuable for sure. I will call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We've handled 10.4. We are moving along. Yes, we have to go through that one. Let's deal with everything else. We'll come back to that if we have any time left. Is that fair? We're gonna skip 10.5, which is the appointment to standing committees, because it's a fairly unless everyone has read the report and they're comfortable with the appointments as they
Yeah,
stand, if
yeah.
you want to move it quickly, then we can do that.
Some
Second.
Comment?
You're very smart.
No?
Then we'll just move them over to 2024.
That's what we're doing. I'll call the question, all in favor, any opposed? Motion carries, I love efficiency. All right. 11.1. I'm gonna start. Because I need a resolution from the board to support. I have been invited this week, and it's a little bit regional hospital district over, but it's also as my role as chair of the regional hospital, my role as the chair of the regional district. I've been invited to the Rural Coordination Center of BC, which is a group that work on policy for rural healthcare. And I know that that doesn't squarely fit into regional district. It does fit more into hospital district. However, I've been invited to come to this summit. It's on rural maternity care. It's an annual summit around healthcare for rural issues. This year, they happen to be focusing on rural maternity care. And so anyways, I don't have a speaking part or anything, but I have been invited to come to this event this week. It's this coming Thursday. It does require me to go to, of all places, Vancouver. And so I just need a resolution from the board to support me at participating in this summit. There's no other costs to it other than my travel and accommodation for the night. And I'm happy to expand on that if anyone's interested. And I will certainly report back to the board after the summit with the findings. So with
Move
that,
we pay your necessary expenses.
thank you.
Just, is there an ability for, it sounds like for the vice chair to go as well, and I don't know if there's desire or, but it seems having.
Yeah.
Sharing that there.
Vice chair
Hospital board.
of the hospital
Yeah.
board.
Yeah.
You can't do it, okay. Would anyone else like to come?
Are you sure? You say it's tomorrow?
No, it's next Thursday, the 30th. Okay, sorry, I didn't see the extension.
Did you second that?
I didn't second it.
You moved it and I don't have seconder.
Second that we support you to attend that.
Thank you. Okay, comment?
Yes, so will you take any, I don't know, there's just some things that I would like to talk about with the rural maternity.
Yeah.
And I work in a hospital, so if I could just throw a memo your way,
Yeah,
that
let's
would
talk
be
about
great.
all this week.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I will call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for that. And now we'll go to a board roundtable. You have less than 2 minutes each, and only one representative from each municipality. Please start with area A. You already done yours.
Yeah.
Well done.
Who's
Area B.
doing Squamish? Oh, me next. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
I'll
be
come
really-
back to the municipalities. I'm doing the areas first.
Really quick, I'll be bringing a request to the board, probably next month or maybe the month after, that we have a board meeting down in Britannia Beach. Things are really moving along quickly there. They've just given out the lease for the grocery store, for the pub, for at least one retail outlet. Childcare is underway, and they'll be ready to give us a nice tour of the facilities. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks. Area B.
Area B, I just have something for Nikki.
Oh, yeah.
I know this is unusual, but Nikki, you've just been doing such an amazing job for all of us, but especially Area B. I just wanted to give you some little bits and pieces from here.
Thank
For
you
you
so
to
much.
enjoy. And there's even something for Archie.
Oh. Awesome. Thank you. Russell Mack, Area C.
Yeah, that looks good on Nikki, very nice. The only thing I'll keep it very short, just Reed Road. We've still got issues there. We have one family that is out of their home still. We need to get together as a group and really put pressure on the province. And I know staff are doing a wonderful job doing that, but it just seems to be taking forever. And these folks, they need a solution to the issue. So we need to advocate for them with our MLA and whoever else, the minister, whatever. But that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, municipalities. Lillooet.
Okay, I'm just gonna cut this in half here, but last Friday, we had an E. coli scare in our water treatment. And we sent out our buoyant alert to the community. It was quickly resolved and the boil alert was removed. However, it really was a wake-up call to our community. We had very little bottled water at the hospital. We were not sure if the 2 filtered ice machines at the hospital actually protected against E. coli, and IH wasn't signing off on it at all. Sumac Suites, which is 6 seniors housing units, do not have stoves in them to boil water. But there's one stove in the common area which would have had those seniors carrying boiling water. So I went to the store, grabbed 6-liter or 4-liter jugs of water, but panic struck with the buoyant alert, and the shelves were cleaned within hours of water. So definitely something that Lillooet Hospital will be following up on, but something we should all be proactive within our communities that and in the region in case something like this happens with our treated water in the future. So think about that, take that back to your communities, find out what's, what seniors, like a lot of seniors homes don't actually have stoves within their unit. And what do they do when they have to boil water? And if something should happen in our future. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Pemberton.
Thanks. Really quickly, a few weeks ago, we polished off our strategic plan. Invite you to have a look on our website. Put the finishing touches on our code of conduct as well. If you drive through town, it's hard not to notice the daycare construction is well underway. The roof's on our new daycare building. So it's really exciting to see that happening after all the work to get there. Been dealing with at the council table and community as a whole with a lot of different housing issues and opportunities. Like everywhere else, we're all talking affordability. For us, we have a number of big projects in the short and midterm that are on the table, and we've sort of taken a step back on some of them to look at them in sort of special areas. So for instance, the hillside, what we call the hillside area, which is near our recreation site, there's between 3 different developments over the next couple of years, there's 425 new units that will go in that area in 3 developments. So how we look at that, what amenities they're bringing, how we create that compact neighborhood in there, provide the right community, commercial, active transportation, all that fun stuff that we talk about at this table. We're looking at a bit of a broader special planning area, if you will, for that area. We have in Kukma, which is up on the benchlands, which is moving along through its process, and that's 300 and some units over time. Same sort of conversations around that. And then, in town center, we have right downtown. It'll be on the way to, in the future, you'll see it. It'll be on the way to the SLRD office. There's a 4-story, 3-story residential, 1-story commercial right in our downtown. That application is moving through the process with a number of other ones as well. So lots of activity, and we're just trying to work through it as a council to make sure it represents our OCP and the OCP review that we're doing and people's input. But it's sure bringing a lot of conversation and a lot of work, but it's exciting. Thanks.
Thank you, Pemberton. Squamish.
Okay, thank you. We in Squamish, budget's been taking a lot of our work lately. We finished our public consultation on the budget is wrapping up now and will come to back to council. We hope to adopt by the end of the year. So that's been taking a lot of work, but I will and time, as we know that's important work of these of our bodies. But I want to just speak briefly about some changes we've made to our zoning bylaw to facilitate affordable housing. So in early November, we adopted changes to the zoning bylaw and how we treat housing projects. Essentially, we removed the zoning from the equation for publicly funded affordable project in Squamish and allowed the use at a significantly higher density in any residential neighborhoods for privately funded affordable housing projects. So these changes apply to either rental or for sale affordable projects. Our definition of affordable comes down is income based, which we can get into that. But really, it's buildings containing 100% affordable rental units can go up to 6 stories in height and aren't subject to lot coverage and gross floor area restrictions in the relevant zones. So essentially, we expect to never have a publicly funded affordable housing project have to go through a rezoning process ever again. So we want to message loud and clear to our funding and housing operating partners that if you build in Squamish, you do not need to be concerned with whether it's permitted in the area. This is one of our commitments in our CMHC housing action plan. We haven't heard about the funding being approved for Squamish yet, but we're marching ahead with our plan to prioritize housing. So that's a big change and essentially pre-zoning for affordable housing broadly across the community. I'm really proud of our council's and staff's work to get us to this point. I think it positions us well as we tackle our housing affordability crisis.
Thank you.
That's a big deal. Congrats. It's great work. Tomorrow is the most important day of the year in Whistler. Because Whistler Blackcomb opens tomorrow morning, and so many of our children will be camped out overnight, getting ready to go up the hill. I want to celebrate something that happened at the SLCC, which is Will Acton and his apprentice Brandon Holler, two Squamish Nation members, and Brandon, who works at the SLCC as an ambassador, raised the first of 2 poles. Are they called sister posts? So they're house posts, they're not totem poles. And the first was raised this summer by Will Acton and Brandon, and then 2 Lillooet artists will be working on the next post that will be decided. It's on Lorimer as it meets Blackcomb Way along the road. And so it really is a great sign that this is the SLCC, and it was an exciting day, very cold, but very exciting. I think just before that, the SLCC ambassadors won Citizen of the Year in our community, which was very, very exciting. Citizen.
Not all of us know what SLCC.
Squamish-Lillooet Cultural Center. Sorry, thank you very much. There's excitement building around the Invictus Games in Whistler. Prince Harry was in town. That was very fun. But more exciting, the BC Association Police Chief is in town, and Kara Triant showed up, which was very cool to see her. I got to say hello to her, and she sends her love to all of you. And then finally, the Whistler Development Corporation has hired a chief operating officer, John Morley, which is really great because the Whistler Development Corporation builds all of our publicly owned housing, and they've been doing it as a board of directors without staff. And so now there's a senior staff member that's leading that work, and he's a terrific person and is really, really doing good work already. That's what's in here.
Nice work. Okay, we are going to recess this regular meeting to the public. We welcome all of our guests here from the community and surrounding area.